All right, folks, this is Frederick Jones, and this is Revision. This is our show dedicated to all things Saturday AM. And actually, this is not Revision. Sorry, I've got Revision on the brain. This is Saturday AM, and this is our March Art Madness live show. This is a show dedicated to everything we're going to be doing this year with our great global art competition. As you guys know, if you've been following us for a while, we suck at being able to start these meetings on time. I take 99% of the blame for that. Right now, we're actually waiting on JEYODIN to join us. He's going to be our special guest for tonight's episode. But it's just a lot of work, folks, trying to put together all the things that we do. We were literally in the midst of trying to lock down issue 0 of Saturday AM, which is a special issue for our Kickstarter folks. Yep. Issue 101 of Saturday AM. Trying to lock down issue 0 of Saturday AM. You need to mute your mic, buddy. Just joining us here late. So if you mute your mic, it'd be great. And turn off your camera unless you want your camera on. Awesome. All right. So so we've got we've got all this sort of stuff that we're doing, and so it's just always tough. It's always tough. There's so many amazing creators that we interact with, and it's always difficult to get everyone together at the same time. So, again, I do want to apologize. It is always really tough to schedule these things and make these things happen and things like that. So, definitely want to apologize for that. I see that one thing that's great about Saturday AM is we have awesome fans. I see people have been hanging out in the chat room waiting for us to start. So, again, guys, thank you so much. So we're going to go ahead and kind of run through our normal introduction, telling people who Saturday AM is and introducing our amazing guests. And then from there, we'll be getting right down to the festivities, which is March Art Madness, the pre-tournament. And we'll talk a little bit about that for people who don't know, but then also the main event, which is actually ranking the artists who participated in the event. You're going to hear us do some quick run through of their art that they submitted, and then began to prepare for the big tournament, which is the global tournament open to everybody within certain parameters. And we'll talk more about what that means and what to expect in this year's tournament, which is going to be very different. So with that being said, let me first shift gears just a bit and give you guys a glimpse of, obviously, our pride and joy, which is Saturday AM. We are the world's most diverse shonen manga anthology. And with that, we are a digital manga anthology where you can essentially discover creators, manga-style content from all over the world. Saturday AM features creators literally from Hungary to Nigeria to New Zealand, to, of course, all throughout America, to Latin America, parts of Asia, and, of course, continued parts of Africa, including the Middle East, where we've just actually landed our first creator. Her name is Sama, and she will be working on a title for us called Tender Loving Punch. And we are super, super, super excited about this series. It's going to be really extraordinary when it debuts. And this is kind of just the ethos of what Saturday AM is. This is the Genesis Saturday AM. We produce a digital manga anthology. It's English language, and it actually appears at a variety of places digitally. If you subscribe to our magazine, you can get it on your iPad, on your Android tablet. You can get it on your smartphone. Of course, you can get it on your desktop or laptop. And we've been very fortunate to have built a manga anthology that has lasted the test of time. We began in 2013 with issue number 1, and we just recently hit issue 100 this past December 24th to be exact. So, or the weekend of December 22nd. So we are just incredibly excited and proud to have created this diverse manga brand. We were the first ones to really popularize this concept. There have been several people since then who've tried to do it, and so we're really excited to continue to hold the position that we hold. This is going to be a big year for us. We have a lot of exciting things happening, including new creators, as a la Sama that I just mentioned, and some more. We have new series that'll be beginning. We have new artists on some existing series like Clock Striker, and we're going to be doing some new things, such as our new Perfect Editions, which are a new type of graphic novel that we're doing, collecting some of our most popular series. The very first three of that will be Hammer by JEYODIN, Saigami by Andrea Voros, and Apple Black by the one and only White Manga. So we're going to talk a little bit more about that with JEYODIN here in a minute. But again, with Saturday AM, our commitment level is focused on entirely on trying to provide more diversity to the world of manga. I think all of us, if you're watching this video, if you follow us, then you are a massive fan of anime manga, as you should be. It's one of the greatest art forms created for lovers of geek culture. But obviously, I myself am an African-American. Saturday AM, as we indicated, have creators from countries like Nicaragua to Nigeria to India and so on. And as a result of that, we want to see this content presented, but also having some relevance to people like us. And so that's why we started the magazine. You can see here at the cover of issue 100. This is something you're not going to see in a lot of manga anthologies. You're not going to see, you know, a young black female lead character. You're not going to see an African-American lead character as Dante. And then it just continues to go from there. We've got an Indian American lead character, and then we just have additional diversity and continuing a new Muslim character to be joining the anthology soon. So we wanted to take what we do and continue to expand it. You all have asked for us to be in other media, and this year is all about taking Saturday AM into new territories. So I can't talk about all of them now, but what I can say is that first, you can expect us to be working very hard to finalize opportunities in the space of TV shows and anime, but we want it done our way. So there's some great things happening right now in animation, and we feel like we are in a position with content that sells as well as some of our series do, at a magazine as strong as ours, that we can hit in that regard. Likewise, we intend to keep pushing forward with having the characters represented in your local shops. So we are a digital first company, but we totally believe in print. And as a result of that, we have new products that will be coming to you soon. In fact, I'm actually very happy to report that one of the big things that we're going to be doing, in fact, this is the first time we'll announce it, is that we're going to be attending Comics Pro. Next weekend, February 21st and 22nd, we'll be attending Comics Pro. And this is going to be really exciting for us, because this is an opportunity for us to actually be featured alongside of many other retailers. There's going to be over 100 top retailers there. There will also be a number of companies there, including big companies like Marvel, DC, Viz, new companies like Aftershock. So the fact that we're going to be there and presenting Saturday AM to individuals who actually are involved in the comic industry at the highest levels, we are extremely proud about this. We're going to be working really hard to make it happen, because we still got a lot of work we have to do. But this is not a public show. This is strictly for individuals who are within the companies themselves, the comic companies, as well as distributors and retailers. But we're really proud of this achievement, because it just showcases how far we've come. And again, this is the sort of thing that we have to do to get Saturday AM into your local retail establishment. So these are some of the big things we're focused on this year. To do that, as you all know, we recently announced that we're going to have internships. I'm very happy to announce that we have concluded the internships. And when we return with issue 101, which will come out this weekend, you will actually get to meet the interns that we selected. These are interns who will go from areas like social media and sales to editorial, writing, and design. And of course, the big one, which you had a lot of people out for it, comic artists. These are artists who will be basically working as assistants, helping to Andrea to create Saigami, learning everything about draftsmanship and layouts and certain, the best tools to use, the best ways to tell a story and communicate. So this is something that we're really excited about, to be in this position to finally now bring Saturday AM further than we've been in the last 5 years, because we've got not only amazingly talented creators and newer creators joining us, not only the most diverse comics on the market and newer diverse comics joining us, but now having some really extraordinary staff that are coming to join our existing staff and help us take the brand forward. So again, big year. Comics Pro happens next weekend. Our interns are in place. And of course, it all leads towards, at least initially, the debut of Saturday AM, the magazine returning with issue 101. Saturday PM will come back in March, which is March 28th, I believe. That's issue number 4 of Saturday PM, our sister publication devoted towards more mature series. And then we have Jay, can you mute your mic, buddy? Keep popping on. And then from there, we have additional things that'll be happening that we're pretty excited about. The big one, of course, finalizing some of these deals to take the Saturday AM characters into multimedia and getting Saturday AM into your local retail stores and or libraries. So super excited about this stuff. And trust me, we got more to tell you about. But all that stuff happening is why we have some of these delays. And we're hoping to cut down on them, but it is tough when you've got so many different people, you got so many things happening at once. So I can't promise we'll fix the delays on some of these YouTube shows, and I can't promise that we'll fix the delays in the launch of the issues. They always come out that weekend, and I think this weekend as well. We're hoping stuff comes out tomorrow. More than likely, they'll come out some point this weekend. But you can rest assured that we're going to bring our best quality to it, and we're going to continue promoting and pushing the brand to make it bigger than we've made it in the last 5 years, which has been pretty extraordinary for the last 5 years. So with that being said, Jay, your audio kept screwing up, man. So I know you want to talk. Let me get you and Morgan in here. Folks, I'm really excited that we've got 2 people that are just awesome. I'm a big fan of both of them as teammates and as friends and as just creators, because these are 2 of the most incredibly just committed and exceptional creators that we've discovered in the past 5 years. And folks, if you think about it, if you've been following Saturday from the beginning, you know a lot of creators on Instagram who you're like, oh man, that artist is so big and so on and so forth. They were trying to get Saturday in first. We remember them years ago. Very few people you see on Instagram today who might have followings are people that we did not know a couple of years ago. And so we take great pride in that, and we take exceptional pride in the fact that we discovered the ability to work with, in some cases, because Jay was existing before, these creators who just are awesome. So with that being said, Jeyoden, how you doing today, sir?
I'm doing fine. What's going on?
I was getting ready to say, damn it, if that mic doesn't work after all the mic interruptions the last 2 seconds, I would be like, ain't this something? Jeyoden,
sorry,
man, the laugh, Jeyoden, ladies and gentlemen. So Jay, you doing okay?
I'm doing pretty well. I'm kind of tired. I've been working constantly for a while, but I'm doing pretty good.
You just celebrated Valentine's Day. If you guys don't know, Jay has a lovely wife. He's married. Did you guys do something fun for Valentine's Day, or?
Yeah, we made some steak. We watched Indiana Jones, and we just enjoyed each other's company. It was very, very nice. Well, I enjoyed myself very well.
That's good. That's awesome. Well, again, we're really happy to have you here, dude. Thank you for taking time out. I know you're exhausted. Again, we're going to try to push through this as quickly as possible. Also, we have Morganne Walker, the creator of Soul Beat, one of my favorite people as well. I've gotten to know Morgan quite well. In fact, before I do that real quickly, let me pop up here something. If you're looking on your screen, folks, this is Hammer. Really fun, awesome series. We're super excited about Hammer. If you guys aren't reading Hammer, you should be. It's full color. It's extraordinary artwork by a literal young master, and it is it's a sort of series that puts a smile on your face because it's such a kind of old school adventure laden series. It's got subplots and mysteries that are there from the very beginning that began to come out over time. Jay is, I have no doubt that Jay will be one of the most significant people to work in comics at some point. But the fact that Jay is producing this work and producing with us is really big. He's also got a commission thing going on right now. So if you want to have this guy draw your characters, you can do it now. Jay, how much are some of the commissions?
For a full body image, it's $50. It's a great deal for right now, so you should definitely hop on it.
So folks, to get more information about that, again, as I said before, we got a ton of stuff going on. We're hoping to get the website revised, but but March Art Madness is such a big thing for us right now. So if you want to get some more information on this, please follow Jay at Jeyoden. It's just at JEYODIN on Instagram. and you can get a lot of information right there. You can, as well as you can DM him, talk to him about the stuff you can do with the commission plate. But I highly recommend it. Jay is awesome. Literally nothing he can't draw, and he's super fast at that. So with that being said, I want to flip over to the one and only Morganne Walker. Morgan is again, like I said, one of my favorite people. Morgan is she's deceptive because Morgan is not going to give you a great deal of emotional output, but she is always loyal, always honest. She's super hardworking, which makes her super slow. she's the opposite of Jay, but she's awesome. And if you see Soulbeat ever, you will see one of the most detailed comics out there. I mean, her backgrounds are extraordinary. What she puts together on a page is amazing, and it's particularly amazing considering the fact that she's a first-time creator. Jay's had experience working for some companies and still doing some work for companies, but Andrea is completely new. Andrea, how you doing? I mean, sorry, God loves Morgan. How you doing? Good Lord, folks, we need more female creators. That's why. Morgan, how you doing?
I'm out of here. Bye. I don't take this kind of tomfoolery.
Trust me, I know. Trust me, I know how it goes. Trust me. When people see me, be like, you know, what are you doing here, Friedrich? And I'm like, who the hell is Friedrich? They're like, oh. I used to have a black friend named Friedrich, and it's like, who the hell names their kid Friedrich? And why do you think that's me? But I understand. I feel you, Morgan. I feel you. So I apologize. So how are things going for you?
They're going pretty well. I'm pretty excited about the next issue. I mean, I just got those pages done and stuff, so that's all good to go. And just enjoying life right now.
So you just got your first place on your own, you know, after college and so forth. You got a great job. People don't know Morgan is what do you call it officially? You're an architect in training or an architect?
I'm a graduate architect, so I've gotten my degrees, but I'm not registered yet.
Right. Okay. So you got some cool stuff going on. That's what's so great with Morgan. She's got awesome stuff going on, and on the professional front. But as you can see, amazing artist, and we're super excited to have Dante and Soulbeat as one of our series. Folks, I can tell you that when we do Saturday Wars, Dante has a particularly interesting role, just because I just thought it was so cool to have two black characters kind of play off of each other in a manga context, and so I'm really excited for this character and for Morgan in particular. So Soulbeat, as Morgan indicated, is in the next issue of Saturday, which will come out this weekend. It's issue number 101. It's our Valentine's Day issue. And then Jay Hammer comes out. When does Hammer return? Is it like the summertime?
Yeah, unfortunately, I have to go on hiatus for a little bit, trying to finish up some other projects. But I will be returning, and when I do, it is going to be epic.
You heard it from him. You heard it from the Jay's mouth. It'll be epic when it returns. It's going to be sometime in the summertime. That should be roughly around 100, issue 104, 5, somewhere around there. And we're super excited about Jay coming back already. So with that said, again, folks, Saturday AM, we have so many series: Titan King, Paradise Down, Spoon, Comet Man, Bully Eater, the Great Bully, one of the first series that we had. Massively multiplayer World of Ghosts, Crunch Time with Dan Tularchevek. He's a superstar, coming soon. Better Off Ignorant, one of another great series that we have. Of course, Saigami, Apple Black, Mutton Chop, and of course, Clock Striker. So some really amazing series. We've got some newer creators joining us soon. And for those of you who are asking, how do you get to join Saturday AM? It's really simple. We have big, contests and submission periods, but we don't do them frequently. So it's important for you to subscribe to the magazine. Subscribing to the magazine does two things. Number one, it makes sure you get the content. Number two, it supports the company. Getting the content, you may say to yourself, well, no, I can read it later. I'll buy the graphic novel, or you guys will make it free at some point or something like that. And all those things very well may be true. But here is what you don't know. Subscribers always get first access to March Art Madness, any art competitions that we do, pitch sessions, which is our official way for you to pitch a series to us. Those customers always get the first access. And in some cases, they get exclusive subscriber only submission periods. So if you are looking to have a chance to get your content in front of us, you got to subscribe. It's the right thing to do to support the brand, the company, and our movement. So with that being said, again, we're coming back strong. Issue 101 this month, issue 0. And then one other issue I want to talk about is called Primer. We haven't talked about it much, but it's a really cool issue. Essentially, it is kind of like a data book. If you've ever seen data books, it's kind of like the breakdown of each character, who they are, what their background is, what their powers are, where their weaknesses are, how tall are they. And this is something that is important because obviously, you know, we're going to have all the characters meet each other when we do Saturday Wars. But number 2 is that I think in terms of, again, what we stand for about the idea of having normal people, normal creators, exceptionally talented creators, but normal creators go forward and actually create content that can become as big and as popular and as successful as, you know, series that come from big companies like Marvel, DC, Image, so on and so forth, then it's important for us to make sure that we're always kind of providing the framework for younger creators to emulate or at least be inspired by. And one of the things that I think is always important, one of the things that I've always told our creators is make sure you're building a real character that is vulnerable. A lot of times, obviously, when you're a young creator, what you're doing a lot of is kind of fanboyism, fangirlism. You're putting stuff out there based on what you think. We've challenged a lot of our creators before. I've always taken issue when I see creators who are not Japanese creating Japanese characters, because it robs the ability for you to use your own voice and for the readership and the fans to see something truly different. Doesn't mean it can't be done. I mean, I'm writing a series called Master Multiplayer of the Ghost, and I'm not Indian, but I did grow up with a lot of Indian kids, and so therefore I can pull upon some experience. But I think it's important for us to get more perspectives in there, to get creators and characters who are diverse, because it makes the stories more interesting. And from that standpoint, when you see Primer, you're going to see all these characters. You're going to learn some things that you may not have known before, things that even the creators may not have really talked about before. You're going to see some of that, and it'll start to give you some real context of who these characters are. Likewise, you'll also understand why these characters are characters, because they have weaknesses, real weaknesses. And these are things, again, that may not have come across in some of the stories yet, but you'll get to see that in the Primer. So it's a really great magazine. We're really proud of it. Again, this will be an exclusive for the Kickstarter backers first, and then people have access to it. You can purchase it and things of that nature. Subscribers, premium subscribers will get it later on, and then everyone else can purchase it. But this is a really great magazine. We're really proud of it. We'll do future installments of the magazine covering more of the side characters and the villains and things like that. But this first issue has some of our top characters in here, and you can see this gorgeous cover is illustrated by Oscar Fong, the artist of our massively multiplayer World of Ghosts. Also, Saturday AM issue number 0, again, it's going to come out this weekend. Here's the cover for this. You can see it's got 4 of our characters on here because there are 4 original, never before seen stories in this issue. We have Mutton Chop by Anthony Jackson and Bharat Lujani, brand new story there. We have Hammer by, of course, the one and only JEYODIN, who's on this call. This is the special 0 chapter that sets up the entire saga of Hammer. We have Massively Multiplayer World of Ghosts, again, featuring Shonen Manga's first Indian lead character. This is something Saturday AM pioneered. And then we have Clock Striker, featuring Shonen Manga's first black female lead character. Those are illustrated respectively by Oscar Fong from New Zealand and our new artist Mike Shamong from Thailand. So again, awesome issue, great original stories in there. There's also a little extra stuff in there with some cool artwork from some of our top artists, like, of course, the one and only White Manga. So great issue. You'll be able to get this issue, again, if you're a Kickstarter backer this month, or this weekend, and then we'll make it available for purchase a little bit later on. So great issue, and these are all things you can look forward to. So with that being said, let's talk about March Art Madness. Let's get back to March Art Madness. Now, some of you are going to be questioning, what exactly is March Art Madness? And folks, the answer is really simple. It is a tournament, a fan art tournament, where artists from around the world are able to basically put forth their content, showcase their art, and compete against each other. Now, there are no events like this anywhere around the world. We know there are art contests out there, and really great art contests out there. So don't get it twisted. There are awesome art contests that we can only hope to be like. Just like there are great comics out there that we can only hope to be like. But what makes Saturday AM unique and truly unique is that there is a structure in it that simply is unlike anything else. We take 64 artists from around the world. You are not, you can't just decide to join March Art Madness. We choose you. And today's event that we're talking about here shortly is all about people who are working to make sure that they are chosen for the big event. The big event, again, has 64 artists. Each week, across 5 weeks, those artists are pitted against each other. One artist randomly selected against another artist, drawing something similar. So maybe the theme that they have for that week is to draw superheroes. Maybe the theme that they have that week is to draw video games or ninjas or robots or what have you. And then they are forced to compete with each other. So one person will draw something, not knowing exactly what the other person is going to draw. They just know it's got to be based on the same theme. The other person will draw something, not knowing what the other person is going to draw. Then when they complete it, we then take the images, display them for the world. You all, plus our group of artists, which consists of some of our top creators, get to vote on that image. And from there, that artist moves up the tournament. They continue to survive the elimination tournament until we get to the final 4 that final week. And those 4 have to create something really spectacular. And the winner walks away in the last couple of years with an Apple iPad Pro. Now, this year, we're working on some really, really, really amazing prizes. I can't tell you everything yet, but I can promise you it's going to be really interesting. And so with that being said, this is a truly unique idea. And again, it's really different because we haven't quite seen anything quite like this. It's not a quick draw tournament. It's not a scenario where, you've got a set amount of things that you can produce or tools that you can use. It's truly different in terms of how it's set up, but we're really excited about it nonetheless. We think it just offers such a great, unique setup. And we've done it now for 4 years, and it continues to get bigger and bigger each year. The first year we had a young man named Miles O'Brien who won from the United States. The second year we had a Swede win named William Patterson, really amazing artist. The third year we had Bailey Boutel from Australia win, and this year we fully expect it to be a big time battle. So with that being said, we're going to be looking at those who took part in something we had never done before, which is a pre-tournament. We basically said, hey, we're going to do 3 weeks. You don't have to compete in each week if you don't want to. We're going to do 3 weeks, 3 separate themes. We'll randomly put you against another artist, and we're going to see what you can come up with. And it's great practice for those who want to do well in the tournament. It's a great palate cleanser for those who maybe weren't quite sure what this is like and wanted to experience kind of a mini version of it. And it's a great sort of training exercise for those who, like to draw stuff, but really, they keep drawing the same thing like Dragon Ball and stuff. It's a great opportunity for them to try something different, to train their skills into other types of content. So this is March Art Madness, the pre-tournament for 2019. The big event happens March 4th, and beginning this weekend inside of issue 101, you will be able to register early to potentially be a part of this year's big tournament. We got some great vendors who are on board, and some more who are going to be joining us to make sure that you have one hell of an experience, and we're super excited about it. So with that being said, we're going to run through some of the artwork that we've seen throughout the tournament and give you our thoughts on them, as we often do. Jay, you ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
That's a delayed ready, but yes, let's do it. Morgan, are you ready, Morgan?
Yep, I'm good.
All right, and that's so there you go, folks. That's team in a nutshell. Delayed hyper excitement in Jay, and very fast lukewarm response by Morgan. Awesome. All right, well, let's get started then. Now it's gonna be a little tricky. You guys know this is our setup is our setup, so it is what it is. So let's start first with the first week. Now the first week that we did this sort of, pre-tournament. The task was to actually, you know what? No, I'll take it back. We're gonna start with the final week because it's a lot easier. The final week, the task was to draw winter anime series, or no, sorry, video games. So it was to draw video games. So we're gonna check out some artwork you will have not seen yet, and we're gonna see how good this artwork is. So with that being said, now we've not pitted these artists against each other, and tonight we're not focused on pitting these artists against each other. We're simply giving you our thoughts and our breakdown on these titles. So with that being said, let's see here. Let's begin here. Okay. First up, does anyone remember this video game? This is actually a game. I actually had met this guy once when I was an executive in the video game industry. This guy's name is American McGee. But do you know this property, Jay or Morgan?
I do not.
I think I've seen someone play it before, but I'm not sure. I feel like I've seen multiple versions of Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah,
from
so this
genre.
Yeah, so this was called American McGee's Alice in Wonderland, and it is a really, really, really. I gotta say this. I personally was not a big fan of the game. It was kind of like a 3D action, kind of death sort of game. It was what made it was just kind of the creepy mood of it, because it's kind of like Alice in Wonderland with a very creepy Tim Burton-ish sort of feel to it. Before Tim Burton made the movie, I think, right? But that being said, though, it is extraordinary how long that game has lasted in the psyche of game fans. Because here's a piece of artwork from 2018. Or from 2019, sorry. And this game came out in the late 90s, I think. And so it's really extraordinary. This artist is named, give me a second here. What is this artist's name? Folks, we'll talk a little bit about why this is difficult in terms of finding an artist's name. We get sometimes the artists don't always give us the best.
Daja King.
Daja King, correct, yeah. Daja King. I don't know, if that's their actual name, but Daja King drew this image. Jay, what do you make of this image? What do you think of it?
Overall, I like it. It looks kind of like a t-shirt design. I think the face probably is the weakest of the entire image. If that was worked on a little bit more, it probably would look a little better. But other than that, I really enjoy it. Yeah, it looks really cool. I did think Alice in Wonderland. I just had I didn't know that this was an Alice in Wonderland video game. So
yeah. I mean, it's this is one of those. That's a really interesting point that you made about design, because this is an extraordinary design. As art, certainly has some challenges. Her face, yes, is. I mean, her face isn't bad, but it's got some odd aspects to it. Her arms are very strange. That's the first thing I noticed was the arms. I mean, the arm going into that hand.
Yeah, the wrists and like how it gets like really, really thin. I figured that was part of the style because the waist is so thin as well.
Right, and then you got the swirls too. Those little red swirls that kind of evoke a similar sort of looseness and kind of weird thing with the sort of physics of it. I mean, the sort of geometry of it. So I agree with you, but keep going.
Well, yeah, I was just saying. I feel like it's just the face that feels off. Everything else, I mean, I can kind of like get down behind. I feel like the face. Not only that, but also, so she's in a diamond, and at the very top of the diamond, there you get to see a little bit of the diamond come from her hair, and it looks like, because it's the same color, it looks like a spike from her hair. Sure. If that wasn't your intention, I would have either had the spike not be shown at all, or maybe a different color, so that way it stands out more. But yeah, that's those are my only criticisms.
Good point. Okay, Morgan, what do you think?
Yeah, I didn't mind this piece so much. I thought it was kind of nice, and the coloring's not bad. I just feel like it's a bit busy. There's like a lot of these different elements going on, not just like with what's going on in the foreground and the background, but just a lot of different things, like these little floating elements, or the little kind of firefly type things. I'm not really, again, not having played the game, I'm not sure how much of this is based on what was in the game. But I guess like overall, Alice herself, like she's, the strongest part of this. I feel like everything else, I'm not sure was necessary, or it could have just been pared down a bit.
Got it. It's an interesting piece. I think Jay, in my view, said it best when he said that this is a design, because it really does seem like a really interesting and cool design. So yeah, I like this a lot, actually. I mean, I think it's interesting. I'll put it like that. Okay, let's go to the next entry. This is from an artist named John Evans, and this is a character named Ari from League of Legends. Now, I'm not going to pretend to tell you that I play video games much anymore. I'm a 45-year-old man, so no. But I found this piece kind of interesting. Morgan, let's start with you this time. What did you make of this?
I like this one a lot. I mean, the coloring is it's not over the top, but I think it works pretty well because, you know, you're focused on the character and on whatever power she's using in the middle. And I think, aside from maybe the lengths of her arms that are a bit short, I thought that the anatomy was pretty good. Like, just the fact that she's looking in profile, that's pretty impressive to do that.
That's a good point. That's a really good point. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's hard to tell. You know, the camera is up. It's kind of tight knit as well, so it's kind of hard to tell exactly what you're looking at in terms of just, you know, where she's positioned exactly. But if you look at it from a distance, it looks, you know, it's all serviceable. Her head seems a little big, you know, when you kind of look at it when you zero in on it. But, you know, for the most part, yeah, it looks really quite strong. I'm not a huge fan of the coloring, even though what technique is this was coloring?
It's kind of like a mix of cell shading a little bit. I mean, it's more painterly. Yeah, I'm not really sure what the term would be for it, but
it looks
more
like digital oil painting.
It looks like an oil painting, you said, or digital.
Like a digital oil painting, like try to, I guess, imitate that type of style, but digitally.
Yeah, that's what made me curious because basically the energy glow between her hands did evoke to me digital, even though you can see, like you said, that so much of the other artwork kind of has a sort of painted look to it, or at least a simulation of paint. So that's what kind of threw me off a little bit. But I mean, I think this piece is quite interesting. What did you make, Jay?
Yeah, I thought exactly what you said with her head being a little bit too big. That was the thing that threw me off the most. I feel as though even if her head was a little bit smaller, her other arm wouldn't feel so short. Right. Maybe, you know, that would have helped. My biggest issue is, I guess, those wavy things, which are kind of like the background, I guess.
Yeah, yeah, it's hard to tell what those are meant to be.
Yeah, exactly. Not only that, but also one of them, like, I don't know, it looks like it's overlapping her hair. So I mean, is that like close and not actually a background, or is it like I don't know, does she have tails and like maybe like they're like waving around? Like, is it energy? Like, like, I don't know. That kind of just confuses me. But other than that, I do enjoy the coloring. I really like that arm because it like has a lot of strokes, and it actually is very interesting to look at just because of that to me. But yeah, I guess the background definitely needs some more work. But other than that, yeah.
Interesting. Okay. All right. Next up, we have this is an artist named Dylan Hanna. Now, Dylan Hanna, you're going to see him a lot this evening. You know what? I say him. I assume it's a him, but I don't know for sure. But you're going to see Dylan's work quite a bit because they participated in each week of the tournament. I did the notes on this one. This is from Monster Hunter World. And there's several Monster Hunter games. Jay, what'd you make of this?
I like this one a lot. I did not know that it was from Monster Hunter. Originally, looking at this, it kind of gives me a Legend of Korra feel, probably because of the colors. You know, that's what I originally thought anyway. But I mean, I can totally see Monster Hunter now that I'm looking at it closer, knowing that's from Monster Hunter. I really like the pink on the scales of the dragon monster on like his arm and stuff. Like, that's like really interesting to me. That's like the most interesting part to me, honestly. Other than that, I think that the background up top, that, I'm not sure if they're like in a dome or an ice dome or something like that. That's probably the most confusing part of the entire picture. I would definitely try to make that more clear. But overall, I think this is a pretty strong piece. This is actually one of my favorite pieces of this round. So.
It's funny you said that. It's always funny when someone goes, because we don't know what each of us is going to say. So, and that's what, then, folks, that's one of the things I hope you get from watching this is kind of what goes through with the judges when they're looking at the artwork of March Art Madness. Is none of them do it together, so no one has an idea. They all do it on their own. They all vote at different times, obviously virtually. So it's funny because when you said that, that was, so this is not as strong as piece to me. Like, I don't have as much affinity for this piece. And I couldn't quite put my foot on it, although I knew it had to do with kind of like an overall blandness to it. You hit the nail on the head. You talked about that background, because that's literally what it is. Like, that background just bleeds into there's so much kind of like gray or kind of, soft blue. It just all blends together. And you're like, wait a minute, like, I don't quite, like, nothing stands out enough to give it sort of an epic feel. It should be an epic image when you've got this giant dragon in a corner and a guy on the other end of it. But then when you take that background and you just remove any sort of mood to it, it's just, I don't know if that's light emanating from the dragon. I don't know if it's like a hole coming from the wall coming from the ceiling of a cave. I don't know what it is. So it kind of loses, that scene should be dramatic enough, especially the perspective of it is that it grabs you. But when you look at it in context, it just doesn't quite, for me, work. And I think you were correct. I mean, I think your description of it is kind of what I felt about it. But that's my opinion. Morgan, what did you make of it?
Yeah, as far as the negative, I would agree with both of you on the background, and I probably won't elaborate more on that. From what I liked about this, I think the perspective is really cool. Doing this kind of like bird's eye view of the character in front, and then him looking out in the distance at this beast. I think that's kind of a fun thing for an artist to try, that perspective. What I ended up realizing when I was looking at this, because I was really impressed with the way that he drew the dragon, or she drew the dragon. I did really like the detail in it, but then I realized that there's not very strong line weights on that, especially like strong black line weights. And I feel like that is something we see a lot, where people do really strong line weights throughout the whole piece and it becomes really flat. Whereas here, it really made that dragon seem like it was actually in the background. And with the heavier line weights up front on that character, I think that was a pretty skillful move, and it made that dragon look much better, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's a really good point. That's a great point, actually. Okay, that's an interesting point. I didn't think about that, but that's a really interesting point. And just a quick aside too. Again, being an executive in the video game industry, and being really into Japanese video games in particular, when I was in the industry, when I first saw this, I thought of Darksiders, the Capcom monster hunting game. There's a character. It's a kind of samurai character, and I was looking at this character from the back and thought that's who that was, but obviously I was mistaken when he said it was Monster Hunter, which is, by the way, another Capcom game. Speaking of games from my past, this here is actually a title that I have worked on some marketing for. It was meant to be a gigantic hit when it came out. It did not, but it was interesting. It kind of had an interesting grab to it. It's called Ape Escape. Anybody remember Ape Escape, or are you guys all too young? Remember Ape Escape, Morgan and Jay?
It looked familiar, but I really had no idea what it was. I almost thought Monkey Ball, but I was like, or like Monkey Ball meets Diddy Kong or something. I couldn't tell what that monkey was.
Yes, Monkey Ball meets Diddy Kong, yeah. No,
yeah, actually, I totally agree with Morgan. It does look very familiar. I don't know.
The marketing on it was huge. Like I said, that's what I was doing, was the marketing. The marketing on it was massive when it came out. Sony thought this was going to be one of their big things. I think during that time period, they were trying, because Sony didn't really have a lot of mascot characters. They had Crash Bandicoot, Spyro, two other games I did some marketing for, but they were desperate to combat Nintendo, and so Japan was feverishly, because Japan obviously being a Japanese company, they had built their own game studio, were trying to develop their own games, or partnering with Japanese companies to do so. So the two titles that they thought would be big hits, one of them became a pretty big hit, and then there was this one. And you guys remember Parappa the Rapper?
Yep.
Anybody? Yeah, Parappa the Rapper became big. Like, that actually took off. Yeah, that took off. But this one, wasn't quite the mega hit that they were hoping for. But nonetheless, it still had a huge amount of marketing. The monkeys were very iconic with the red thing on their head. You had to catch all the monkeys, basically, what the deal was. This is interesting because this is a fusion. So Ape Escape aside, the history of video games from Frederick circa 1990s. This was interesting because this is actually taking Ape Escape and then mashing it against several other video games. Really interesting stuff here. You got God of War, you've got Fallout, I think, Halo, Pac-Man. Really interesting stuff. So let me turn it over to Jay. Jay, what did you make of this?
I liked it a lot. I really liked the coloring the most. You know, that's possibly the strongest part of this entire thing, in my opinion.
What, by the way, what is this coloring style in your? What is this, Copic or?
It seems like it's like color pencil or like watercolor as well. I want to lean more towards color pencil.
Okay.
Traditional, definitely, that's what. And if they did this digitally, then they were a master, because they are able to replicate anything. But I mean, it looks traditional to me, and I like it because of that. I really like the highlights, all the red highlights on all the characters, because of the red on that monkey character. The monkey character looks really fun and terrifying at the same time. The God of War character, his facial expression is hilarious. You know, it really shows that this person has their style. I feel like needs work in terms of like it's more rendering. Eventually, it'll get to the point where like it'll be all tight and very stylistic. But you can tell from this image that they have a style that's developing, and because of that, I like it. It's yeah.
I agree. And by the way, the artist's name is Nathaniel Danseru. We will see him again. Morgan, what did you make of Nathaniel's Ape Escape piece?
That Kratos face is going to haunt my dreams tonight. No, I mean it's really
not even the Fallout Boy. The Fallout Boy is pretty creepy too. The kid over directly underneath.
Oh, that guy. Oh, yeah. Well, it was funny because I saw the Kratos at first. And I thought, is this person going for like a Simpsons style? Because it has that kind of Homer look to it. But that's sort of an aside. I mean, I kind of agree with Jay in terms of the style. If he's able to make a face that's quite that exaggerated, it would be interesting to see him hone that into a style overall. And obviously he's kind of playing around with some of these other characters like Kirby and Pac-Man. You know, there's definitely a sense of fear going on. So I think he's captured the emotion quite well in this piece. Yeah. And then the other positive was the coloring. I think the strongest part of the coloring was just on the monkey itself, because you really see that blending of that red and the highlight and all those different materials on his face and stuff and on his hat. The weakest, again, I think it's the background. There's just a lot of blues and a lot of, it just doesn't seem very interesting. Or it could have been maybe toned down a little bit because there's already a lot going on, and I don't know, that to me just seemed like the weakest part.
I totally agree. Interesting work. So, okay, all right. So we're close to wrapping it up for this first round we're looking at here. Next one is Patrick Ngoka. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. This doesn't take much effort to figure out what this is. This is Kingdom Hearts 3. Or Kingdom Hearts, but Kingdom Hearts 3 most likely. I do not know what's happening here, but I do recognize the young boy, whoever his name is, Skippy or whatever his name is. I recognize him. I don't know what that stuff is behind him. Sora, Skippy, whatever. Morgan, since you know Sora, I know Andrea's probably watching this, like sending me like gifs in her mind about how.
I've only played the 2 games too, so.
So what do you make of this piece from Patrick Ngoka?
I like this. I think some of the stronger points, again, the kind of posturing of the characters. You know, it looks like a really epic piece in terms of like what's going on in the action. And I would say sort of a middle strength, but also kind of a weakness was the detail. I think the detail, if it had been cleaned up a bit, would have looked really nice, because obviously there's a lot of stuff that was put. You said it was Patrick, right?
That's his name. Okay,
yeah. So the detail that Patrick attempted to put in here, I think, is great, considering the Kingdom Hearts series has tons of like little intricacies in the characters. But I think whatever he got to the coloring and the sort of finishing of this, it just becomes really muddled, and it's really hard to tell who that character is in the background. Even though I've never played the game, it would have been nice to see that character maybe cleaned up a little bit. It would have helped me maybe recognize something about that character, because otherwise it just looks like Sora in the foreground fighting kind of a blob in the background.
Yeah, someone in chat said that it was the final boss. I don't know, but yeah. His name, yeah. So there you go. I don't know what the final boss's name would be. Scratchy, but there you go. Jay, what did you make of Sora?
So this piece has, I feel like, it has the idea, but I mean, I feel like they were either rushing or they just didn't. Maybe their marker that they had that they started using was running out of ink. I mean, all of the streaks are the thing that's like really distracting everything else. I can see Sora clearly. The background villain is very difficult to see. Because of all the streak, the purple. I get what he was trying to do. Maybe he was trying to like make it have focus lines towards that bad guy. I mean, and if that were the case, then you should still go over this again with some type of like solid line just to like clarify. Hey, this is the foreground, this is the background, and this is the middle ground or whatever. But that definitely is it's too distracting. All the streaks. Other than that, so growing up, I loved Kingdom Hearts, but I think if I played it now, I mean, I actually rewatched something. It was like a summary of the entire series story, and it's so complicated and convoluted. No, that like I mean, I'm just I don't know. I feel like it'd be an awesome movie to watch, or maybe anime, but like I would never want to play this game because I would be lost in the instant. But I feel as though the convolutity of the story is the same thing with all the characters and their outfits, and they just have too much going on. So, I mean, I'm not sure if the main villain is supposed to be so, like, I don't know, difficult to see. But I mean, if he is, then I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
that's my 2 cents, I guess, on everything.
Yeah, so I've been reading some of the comments where you're talking, and again, I don't know. I know the game. I got to, when I was in the industry, Final Fantasy VII, I got to kind of witness that kind of explode when it came out. And so, of course, I'm familiar with Final Fantasy and Square, what they're capable of doing. I always found as Final Fantasy went on and on, a lot of Japanese manga, and frankly, a lot of Japanese video games, and a lot of Japanese anime as well, and some manga. The convolution is like the name of the game. It's just this convoluted storytelling where they think something's being more profound than it really is, and it just comes across as silly and muddled. And sometimes my thing
executed very well, but I don't think.
Of course. I mean, no one's knocking convoluted storytelling, but again, I like that to me, like that's a problem. And I think that the artwork in this, like, I actually like this piece. I think it captures what the problem with Kingdom Hearts is, I think, and a lot of Japanese video games is, which is just it's trying to make a story that really is quite simple be more complicated and for no reason. And again, complicated stories can be done. A little company called DC Comics made one of the greatest graphic novels of all time in Watchmen. I don't think any manga quite matches that level. So, so complication is okay, but when you execute it, it's all about execution. And from that standpoint, again, like this is just such a complicated piece. That being said, Sora looks fantastic. Like if you just look at Sora, the way he's hunched over, the way his feet are kind of going in different directions, stuff really, really, really solid. So yeah, I'm a big fan of that.
I agree with that.
Yeah. So, but anyway, I think we spent enough time on this piece. But an interesting piece from Patrick and Goka for sure. Next up is a piece from someone named Brandon Hill. This is Persona 5. What do you make of Persona 5, Jay?
I like all their character designs. I like even kind of like the noir feeling of how it's like they're black and white, everything else is red. Or I guess Sin City is probably a better description of it all. But I mean, I like that. I don't necessarily like. I mean, I guess that can be a tone to their style, but I don't know. It kind of, even though I like the fact how it's colored and everything, it still seems like it could have been a little bit tighter. Like the same thing with the streakiness of the grays. I mean, you know, I get that probably was a part of their style, but I mean, if it was just a little bit, you know, more solid, it would take away from the distraction of everything else, and it would make it look more like an intentional thing as opposed to, you know, I just kind of needed this to get, you know, become gray or whatever. I mean, I don't know. So if that, hopefully that made sense.
About as much as Patrick and Ghost's Kingdom Hearts. But yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you. The gray. That is an interesting point about the gray piece, about the gray tone, and whether or not, you know, because it against the red, it comes across planned very nicely. Yeah. When you look at it for what it is, you see that there's a unevenness to it. It's not Ape Escape, for example. It's not the Nathaniel piece where the red is clearly delineated throughout the piece in an appropriate manner. This one is just like, we're just going to make, I don't feel like doing the other stuff. We're just going to make it gray, put on a red background. The gray will stand out more. And it does. But then where's the light coming from? How's it interacting with the piece? Doesn't really add up in this piece. If you look at it close enough, doesn't mean it's not a good piece though.
I know, I enjoy it. I mean, you know, like I said, I still like all these characters, their designs. I haven't played this game, but I've seen previous versions of this game, and I've you know, this picture interests me. I would probably follow up and, you know, check out the video game if I saw a cover or promotion from this. So just to see it, those characters, you know, in their natural setting.
Morgan, what did you make of this?
I think as far as keeping the red and the gray kind of separate from one another, I think that actually is kind of better. If I remember some of the marketing for the Persona games, is it's very stark contrast. There's a lot of like deep, you know, kind of blacks, whites, grays on the characters, and then you've got really vibrant colors behind them. So it kind of helps the characters pop more. The only problem with this one, I think, is, again, the gray. It's very kind of monotone in a way. There's not a lot of depth to these characters, so they all, even though you can see them kind of standing in front of each other, and they all have very interesting poses. So I give credit for, you know, the person trying to draw all these characters in their own unique way, but they all seem still very flat, like they're kind of like stickers on a background here.
I mean, so that could be the case. I mean, that could be the intent. I mean, so obviously art. One of the challenges as a judge is trying to determine if the artist was really in control of their vision. You know what I mean? Like as we saw with the Patrick and Gosa piece Ngoka piece, you know, there's a question mark as to whether he was in control of that vision. He clearly knew what he was trying to do. That's evident. Whether or not he was in control of it at the end is where you start to question exactly what the piece's true value is and true success is. I think this one is clear as to what it's trying to do. I think the artist, again, I'm with Jay on the gray. I think the black, for example, is meant to serve as, you know, as some definition for these characters against the red. So you notice each of these characters has a black piece to them, just a solid black, which connotates the lighting kind of coming from the front right somewhat, and therefore, you know, you get a sense of just where they are in position to the light. I think it's an interesting piece. I mean, obviously, look, you know, from a character design standpoint, this artist is not responsible for that. These are just great character designs. From a character anatomy and execution standpoint, this artist obviously is still growing in that. So there's some stuff they get right. There's some other stuff where it looks kind of, you know, normal kind of amateur mistakes. But all in all, I'm a fan of minimalists. I like minimalist sort of content. I love the fact this is on that bright red background. I think it was smart choice on that, and I actually kind of like this piece. Let's see here. Next up, we have Mai Z Vang, and I believe this is also Persona. So Morgan, guys, let's go a little quickly if we can. Morgan, what did you make of this?
Yeah, see, this looks more like what I've seen of like the marketing or the promotional materials. Again, in this one, what it did better was that it had more depth to the characters. There's a lot more detail that goes into the shadows and the sort of highlights on the characters. I would say that the background, again, kind of seems as a real afterthought. So that could have been maybe either strengthened or just removed completely. But yeah, otherwise it's a fairly interesting, it's a fun piece.
Jay, what do you make of this?
I like, yeah, I agree. It's a fun piece. You know, the cat kind of gets lost in like the colors. You know, I would have probably placed him either where the gray is, or maybe have him come out where the red is. You know, have him, you know, maybe shoot out a lot farther. But you know, other than that, I feel the energy in this piece. You know, I don't necessarily like the anatomy with the blonde-haired character as much as everybody else.
Yeah, yeah.
He kind of,
it's probably the worst. Yeah.
yeah, he definitely. So it seems like he needs the most work. The backgrounds, all the buildings, I feel like those need some work, but I could let that go simply because it seems as though it was like meant to look like that. But if that were the case, maybe, you know, do something else with the backgrounds on top of just having that to, like, you know, make it drive home a little more. Like, hey, you did this on purpose, as opposed to, hey, I just did this. So yeah, I mean, that's those are my thoughts.
So I'll say real quickly, I'm different than both of you. The previous piece we just looked at, I like that far better than this piece. I get the dynamic aspect of this piece, and it is a fun piece. You can see the character smiling in the cat and the guy, and it just, you know, for me, obviously, you're getting a character sense from that. I love that. But at the end of the day, the criticism you guys have about the buildings, for example, I like the fact they attempted it. I'm sure it comes from the game, so I'm sure they're not, you know, like when you say, Jay, like they wish they designed it better. I'm sure that's how it looks in the game. You know, that kind of stark black with the kind of white. You know, I mean, we've seen that before. It's kind of Art Deco. The bigger issue I have, though, is just that it just feels kind of blah to me. So the fun part of it, them smashing through something, is kind of lost because it's a generic black around them. To your point, Morgan, they kind of get lost in that blackness. So there's no, like, you know, again, the artist either not strong enough at being able to separate it out. So you get a real sense of them kind of colliding with the background and so forth, emerging from the background. And then the red that I love so much in the other piece is broken up here by these buildings, which don't really add anything because of how poorly the black box on the right is treated. So between the two, I would far rather the first piece we just looked at. I think both of them have issues with anatomy. That's obviously not this either artist's strong suit. But but while I like obviously the anatomy here more because he's attempting to do things here and he's showcasing an understanding of how the body moves, on the flip side, I just think that gray on black, again, artistically some challenges, but in terms of execution of just kind of creating a stark vision, I think it does really well for me. That's my take on that. Next up, we have Gary Lytle, who actually participated in last year's event and went pretty far. He went pretty far. Fallout, and I love this piece. This is obviously a play of Fallout on Pulp Fiction. So Jay, Odin, what did you make of this?
Love this piece. I would buy a poster of this.
Gary Lytle, you've made a sale.
Yes. No, I loved Pulp Fiction. When I first saw this picture, I immediately, you know, recognized, you know, the reference, and you know, the fact that those masks look so detailed in stark contrast to their suits. I thought that was a really cool, a cool little detail to add. You know,
I wouldn't give him credit for that.
Well, I mean, you know, I don't play video games as much. You know, I don't know whether or not these Fallout people have masks and suits.
They do. They have masks. The suits are there. The suits are there. I'm saying this because I haven't played Fallout. I know some people who worked on it. I haven't played Fallout. But the suits, exactly. That's what I was getting ready to say. That's why I was saying, like, don't give them that much credit. The suits are there to tell you Pulp Fiction. Otherwise, you wouldn't know it's Pulp Fiction.
Well, yeah. What I'm trying to say is, I like the fact that, I mean, look, I draw masks. I can draw a mask and, you know, not make it detailed and still make it look somewhat like this. I like the small extra details he's added to
Agreed. I agree completely.
Like even more gritty and make it look like even more of that style. It kind of like the GTA Grand Theft Auto, you know, type of you know, I guess line work is what I'm trying to. So I mean, you know, I like that. So that's what I'm saying. But I enjoyed this piece a lot.
I totally agree. Don't give it away, Jay. Damn it. All right. Yes, this is a good piece. Morgan, what did you make of this?
Yeah, I liked it too. It obviously, if you're familiar with the film, it's very recognizable. The poses, the guns, the style, and then I recognize the helmets too for fall. I'm trying to think. I mean, I even pulled up like the original kind of picture of the two holding the guns, and this isn't. It's fairly original too to that. So you got. I thought at first maybe Gary was like kind of going off of exactly like that like picking where the highlights are going, but it seems like he had a little bit more kind of artistic license to that. So I think that actually is kind of nice, and yeah, it's still recognizable. I guess the only negative is, as much as I do like it, I feel like we've seen this before. He's done this before, where he had like the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure with the Scooby-Doo pick, and I guess I'm just not. It doesn't really excite me as much. I think it's a cool pick, but I'm just not as kind of wowed by it, I suppose, because I've seen this done before.
I mean, well, yeah, it's an art trick where you take something and mash it with something else. But I think you're being awfully harsh, Morgan Walker, and that's usually my job. I'm the Salmon Cowell of our group. Wow.
I learned from the best.
Exactly. Yeah, I like this. I did what you did as well, Morgan. I looked up the original pose to see how much of it he had. Obviously, again, folks, we see a lot of you guys sending us stuff all the time. Sometimes we can tell if you guys literally just copied literally line for line. We've had it happen to us. I had someone literally copy Clock Striker by Morgan line for line and then say it was their work. So, but there are a lot of differences here, not just the mask, but differences. In fact, if you look at the gun, that the guy who's holding the gun that's on the gentleman's chest, that is a ray gun. Like, that's a different sort of gun. Like the other gun's like a Smith & Wesson type of gun, but that gun is completely different. So he did clearly go in there and tweak and add and modify and bring a really unique artistic vision to this. I like this piece a lot. Next up, we have Mr. Mike Beaumont, and he has here, what does Mike Beaumont have here? He has, I think it's called Carolyn. It's clearly a game about women who take their clothes off. No, it's a weird sort of kind of like Fever, again, Japanese, kind of odd Japanese game where the character is trying to get this girl, and then there's kind of some weirdness that goes on in terms of like his psychosis and maybe the girl's, something's wrong with the girl. Maybe he's a ram or something of that nature, a eunuch. So there's some interesting stuff going on with it. The piece is great. I like the piece a lot. Morgan, what did you make of this sexist piece?
I'm actually kind of blown away because I totally forgot that this game existed. Because as soon as you started talking about it, I was like, okay, now I actually recognize that Satyr character. Where have I seen this before? I forgot. Yeah, it is a really weird. Very weird. Like Sims with a twist kind of games or something.
That's right. Yeah, that's an interesting way to put it.
Yeah, I mean, artistically, I think that Beaumont really did a good job capturing like the anatomy. I mean, I think that's pretty impressive. I think, there's some kind of weird things with like the one woman on the side. She looks a little bit gaunt in the torso area, but yeah, I guess the character in the background, I guess
I have never heard that put that way. Yes.
Well, like
she's more gaunt in the thigh area.
No, in her torso area, she looks a bit like a skeleton, kind of. I don't know. Like that's the one part that it kind of looks weird to me for her.
Well, to be clear, when I say sexist, I'm not offended by this artwork, but I understand if some people are. I think the sexist part of it, to the degree it is sexist, I don't think it's obviously vilifying women or objectifying them entirely. It's also based on a video game where this is some aspects of the characters. To your point, I think that the way that, and this is kind of the thing against some comics, is the way he presents the woman is just anatomically impossible, right? It's like, you can't get that quite of a weird, like waistline and torso and then have these gigantic hips. And, these characters have these interesting hips and yet they have this really small waist that might not quite work that way. I've seen some interesting stuff on Instagram, so I can't say that there aren't women with really tiny waists and big hips, but there is a part to it that artistically seems a little odd. I don't know if you're going with that, but I would agree with that. There's some oddness to the way the characters are shaped a little bit. Morgan, was that it? You got anything else? Or Jay?
No, we can move on then to Jay.
Jay, give us your thoughts.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I think you guys touched on everything pretty much.
Morgan, it was so strong it silenced Jay.
They seem really shiny as well.
Yeah, that's weird. Where the lights, you're right. That light source, because I love the background. I love kind of the pink that's kind of permeating their bodies and stuff. Like there's something interesting in terms of that environment. But you're right. The light source is very odd where it's coming from, because on one hand, it's not permeating like the way the light should hit based on the way it's hitting the girl with the blonde hair. It should illuminate him more than it does, even though they're in front of him, and it doesn't. And then it doesn't really hit the girl on the left or the right side either, the girl with the dark hair. So it's a weird light source. You're 100% right about that. Very weird.
Yeah, it's just kind of throwing me off. I do, however, like the line work.
Yes, yeah.
I really like how he draws hair, or she draws hair. Who is this again? I'm sorry.
Monitor Comics. Mike Beaumont is the name of the artist, but Monitor Comics is the name they go off of.
Okay, cool. Well, yeah, I mean, their line work is, I like it a lot. I feel as though maybe if they're drawing something of their own and they had a little more freedom, it would look a little bit better. But yeah.
Look, all the artists we've seen have some frailties. That's to be expected. None of these are super professional artists. That is a Saturday AM ethos. We take artists who were not like top tier and help develop them into becoming stronger artists. We've done that consistently. So I'll say this right now. I like this piece. There are mistakes galore on it, but certainly not the mistakes of some of the level that we've just seen in the last couple of posts. I think it's a pretty strong piece. I mean, all mistakes aside, but all these guys have had mistakes, but I think mistakes here are certainly less than the mistakes we've seen in other pieces. So that was Mike Beaumont. Next up, Rowan Lemus. This is, I believe this is meant to be, let me see what this is here. I believe this is Red Dead Redemption. So what do you guys make of Red Dead Redemption by this young man? Jay, let's go with you first. This is Rowan Lemus.
I like the blacks inside of like that man's face, you know, with his eye like right where the sun is. Yep. I guess right. I really like that inside of his forehead. It kind of makes him look a little more menacing. However, I will say that, you know, it also kind of looks like they got kind of overboard and kind of just put it in places that maybe you didn't need them. Or maybe you thought that they needed it right there, but you know, you weren't, like, I guess, doing it as well as you could. But other than that, I would say that the colors, I like how they're, you know, just flat. I like that. You know, that's kind of cool. I would change either the skin tone of all of them.
Yes, that's my biggest issue with the skin tone.
Yeah, and the background being red, they're so close that they kind of blend in.
I don't mind that artistically because the game is called Red Dead Redemption, so I don't mind it. But you're right.
Should have red in there. I'm just saying you should change either or. I mean, you know, and I would probably pick their skin tones more than the back if that's the case. But I mean, yeah, that was my biggest issue with it. So.
Morgan, what did you make of this?
Yeah, I would agree because there's like 3 different shades. There's the background is red, and then there's a separate red for their faces, and then there's even like a little bit of red on his neckerchief. I think if he just kept it to literally 2 tones, the yellow for the sun, because that's kind of nice that really pops out in the background, and then maybe the red as the background, or even just the red on the character. Like just pick where to put that color very selectively, and then really try to sell the layering of the characters or the depth of the characters with the black and the white. I'm not sure if the way that this person's applied the black on the face or on their clothing, if that was intentional, because it kind of looks like the shapes, they don't quite fit with where they're supposed to be on the face. And again, I don't know if this person just doesn't know how to do that with these characters, or if that was intentional. I don't think it's quite as strong the way it is now. But I think a really good example of what I'm talking about is like Frank Miller, where he did the Yellow Bastard. In this case, if we're talking about Red Dead Redemption, use that red very effectively or very selectively to really emphasize something in the piece rather than kind of washing over with 3 different tones of red.
Yeah, so this is so I find this interesting. Sorry, my dog was barking with something. So I find this piece interesting, and I think for people who are watching this either live or will watch it in the future, I think this is a piece to really, really, really study if you're an artist participating in martial art madness, because this piece is difficult as a judge. So number one, there is artisticness to this piece, right? This person is going for an artistic look. They didn't replicate Red Dead Redemption as it is. They replicated Red Dead Redemption per their vision of it. The characters are, they kind of have this painted on look, and so that's why you get the paint drips in the bottom of it. Again, the game is called Red, therefore you get the red with the kind of yellow, piece around it. With the sun is not even. So again, I don't like the fact it's not even. But the fact that it's again, this piece is kind of skewing more toward to be something artistic, kind of stands out to me. I love the guy on the left, the guy who's kind of got his eye closed. He's looking up. Just that image. His face is more descriptive than a lot of the pieces we've seen tonight. The guy on the right, his face is uneven, but as Jay said, kind of the way the blacks are used to give him this kind of evil intent and his eyes out. Like that's really quite cool. Like it's a really unique way to present that character. In other words, I see more personality in these 3 characters just in their faces, even though their faces are horribly colored, than I've seen in just about anything tonight. And I think there's some really interesting stuff here. Now, again, I don't know what was intended and what wasn't, and therefore that becomes the difficulty as a judge, because you're looking at a piece, you're saying, did they intend to do it this way? For example, the middle guy, I guess the main character, has this red outline around him. Obviously, you've got blacks and all this stuff, and so he didn't want all the blacks to mix together, because then you wouldn't tell who was who and how they're separated from each other. But it does make it even weirder. But at the same time, though, there was a lot of thought put into this piece. It was interesting. There's talent on display in certain aspects of this piece, and I look at this and see, I see someone who's got real talent. I see someone who tried something different. Sometimes, again, as a judge, you want to give credit to someone who tried to do something different and not just kind of stick to a standard sort of thing. So this is a interesting piece to me. Interesting piece, because there's a lot of stuff here I just kind of find like, I'm just, that's all I can say. It's interesting. Let's see. Next up, we have, finally, the final piece for this round. Mohamed Samsimi. He was in last year's competition, and this is the one and only Sonic the Hedgehog. Remembering Mohamed's work, this rings very true for what Mohamed does really well. Morgan, let's start with you. What did you make of this?
I really like this. I like the kind of simple pastel palette with very minimal kind of shading to highlight, again, this sort of 3-dimensional aspect. Like it almost looks like a low poly kind of version of these characters that this person's drawn. The weakest part for me, even though I like the concept in the background, I think it's just there's almost too much like silhouette. If there was maybe a little bit more detail kind of added, like they've done with the eyes, just to add some detail to those characters, I think that maybe would have helped. Or otherwise, the 3 characters in front, Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles, that alone I think is a really strong element. It almost could have worked on its own.
Yeah, that's a good point. Jay, what did you make of this?
I really like this piece as well. The coloring really reminded me of the actual video game, if I'm thinking about the same version of the video game correctly. If I'm not mistaken, this is the one with that animation that came out, right? It was like really vibrant and super bright. You know what I'm talking about?
Hell no, dude. Like, how many Sonic games are there? Good Lord.
Well, anyway, there was a trailer for a video game that came out, if I'm not mistaken, either last year or the year before. and it looked exactly like this, and it was very vibrant, very cool, and I liked it a lot. And if that is what they're going for, then I totally, they succeeded. I agree with Morgan on the silhouetting. Maybe some of them should have been a little more detailed. Maybe have like maybe just the outline of them, or like let's say Robotnik, for example. If he would have had like some white marks inside of the silhouette, and then the entire silhouette was colored gray, like the background, but you still see those white marks, and that way you can tell that he has a little more detail. I mean, that's just a suggestion, but something that makes it more interesting to make me the viewer be brought in a little bit more. But other than that, I like this picture a lot. I thought it was really cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I like this piece. I like this piece quite a bit. I like this piece, obviously, as an executive. I like this piece because, as I'm often telling you guys, I need your characters presented in a marketing-worthy piece. When you guys see, that image of Black Panther replicated 1,000 times, it's on the box of the toys, it's on the T-shirts, it's on the lunchbox, like, or coming soon the new Avengers, or just whatever. When you see that marketing image, Naruto's had a couple I used to deal with when I was in the still in the video game industry, but that's just great. And if you're creating series, you need to have those marketing images that completely capture the character but give them a certain look for that moment. So anyway, so this is really cool. I like this a lot. The only part that I guess I would agree on would be it'd be great if the colors, because I don't mind the way the villains are around him. It makes me think of Mega Man. I didn't know Sonic had so many villains, but regardless, I like. It would be cool if each villain in silhouette had a different background around them, so it kind of give a multicolored feel to it. Because there's enough black in the center that it would not affect the three characters in the center. I like this piece a lot, though. I really thought this was a cool piece. So, all right. So with that being said, then Morgan, who were your top three? Who were your top three people from this round?
All right, hold on. Let me find them. So this was round 3, right?
This was round 3, right? We started with them first because people hadn't seen this artwork yet.
Okay, good. So I had as my number 1 is Dylan Hanna, which was the Monster Hunter piece.
Oh, okay.
I had Mike Beaumont, which was the now I don't even remember the name of it, but it was the pinup.
The Carolyn game with the two women.
It was Catherine.
Catherine. Sorry,
yeah.
Catherine. Yeah.
And then I had this one, Mohamed Samsame, is my third.
So your top 3 were Dylan Hanna, Mike Beaumont, aka Monitor Comics, and Mohamed Samsame, which we're looking at right here.
Yep.
All right. Young Jay, what did you have as your tops?
So Mohamed Samsame was number 1. Gary Lytle was number 2.
Fallout. Okay.
Yeah, Fallout. And Dylan Hannon 02.
Hanna.
Yeah. They were third. I really like their piece as well. So yeah.
Interesting. All right. So my top image was Nathaniel Desino, who did the Ape Escape piece. My second was the Mike Beaumont piece with Carolyn, Catherine, Barbara, whatever the series is called. And then Mohamed Samsame, which we see here, was my third. So looks like we all were kind of aligned on Mohamed Samsame. Morgan and I both like Mike Beaumont, aka Monitor Comics. And then we all split on our third. Or no, you two both like Dylan Hanna. And I thought Nathaniel Desino with Ape Escape was awesome. So this is great stuff. Some good stuff there. We're going to now shift gears to the next round. Now, folks, these were voted on. We're not going to adhere to what was voted on. We're just going to give our thoughts on it. And we're going to fly through these because, again, we have a lot to get through. And we're trying to wrap this up pretty quickly tonight. So we won't do as much discussion, but we are, of course, going to give some deep thoughts on it. So we're going to take a slight break. It's not even 2 minutes, so we can get prepped for that. If you guys want to go get yourself a coffee or some juice. A lot of you guys are young. You don't need any soda. So we'll do that. but we will get everything prepped, and we will be right back here in about 2 minutes. So bear with us as we kind of get things cracking here. I'm going to leave you guys with an awesome JEYODIN image of the Saturday AM team. All right, folks. So we are back. Get ready to do our second round and run through the next group of amazing art we got for this pre-tournament we did for March Art Madness. Joining me are the amazing JEYODIN, creator of Hammer. You actually can see Jay's amazing artwork right here on the screen. And also Morganne Walker, the creator of Soul Beat. And we showed you earlier, Soul Beat will recap again some stuff that these guys are working on. And of course, the next time you'll see them in an issue of Saturday AM. So thank you guys for holding on. We're going to be hitting up some new content here right now. Now, this next wave had a theme, and the theme was based entirely around anime. So you'll see anime characters here. On this screen, though, again, this is the great JEYODIN doing some of the Saturday AM characters. Cast from Clock Strikers on the TV screen. We hope that'll be happening soon, folks. And then you got the main character from Tortuga Force 5 by Blake Showers. You guys have not, if you haven't seen Blake's work, you're missing out. Blake is awesome. And assuming for a second that I'm not old and don't know half the time who all of our characters are, who's the little girl, Jay?
She's from Paradise Down.
Katarina Guerrera.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Someone's not a true fan, apparently.
That's exactly what I thought. Good thing I published these series. Okay, so next up, let us get into this new world here of anime. Has everybody been watching Mob Psycho 100 in our chat room? You guys been watching the new season of Mob Psycho 100?
I am waiting to until it's finished, and then I can binge it. That's what I usually do when it comes to anime, because I don't have time to be stressed about what the next episode is going to be about and all the other stuff. I gotta wait and then just watch it all at once, and then I'm done, and then I can move on to the next thing. That's what I do.
Those of you who don't know, what you just experienced was called JEYODIN's laugh. Morgan, what about you?
I actually haven't seen the anime yet, but excuse me, hold on. So I read the manga up to, I think, like volume 10 or 11. I'd have to go back and check. So I'm not sure how far the anime's gotten, but if it's followed the manga closely enough, I'm at least familiar with the manga story.
Yeah, I'm a massive fan of the anime. I thought the anime was just one of the best anime of the last 15 years that I've seen. The humor was actually real humor that I could understand and appreciate, not, you know, bizarre humor that would only work in Japan. And then you get a lot of kids who are not Japanese who act like they understand it. Like that never works for me. I'm always like, dude, I'm too old to laughing at a kid who has a nosebleed because a girl talked to him. That's literally one of the stupidest things I've ever seen in my life. But yeah, I found Mob Psycho 100 legitimately funny. Like, it was extreme, like in the heart in it, particularly between the two brothers, I thought was really good. So I have not seen a new season. I'm kind of like Jay. I'm super busy. I'm gonna have to try to binge it when I get a chance. But and of course, you can forget that theme song, the great theme song. So good Mob Psycho 100. Well, folks, the reason I brought up Mob Psycho 100 because guess what? We asked people for this round to create images, fan art based on their favorite anime, and you're going to see a whole lot of Mob Psycho 100. So if you don't like it, deal with it. First up, this is a man known as Spartan Ghost. Can't tell you much more beyond that. Spartan Ghost. Spartan Ghost. This is Mob Psycho 100. Jay, how does this make you feel?
I like the debris, and I also like how his face is kind of like a gag face. You know, I don't necessarily like the anatomy. I don't know necessarily what he's holding. Is it a cup of wine, or is it like
the hell would it be a cup of wine? The hell did you get that one from? A cup of wine?
I don't know. Like it's purple, so I assume wine when I see a glass. I don't know. Like either that or Pokeball, a Master Ball or something. I don't know what he's holding. But I do, however, like the debris flying around. You know, I feel as though it could have been more detailed. You know, obviously, but I mean, I think that for what it is, it's pretty interesting to look at. So yeah.
Okay, Morgan, put down that cup of wine you have and tell us what you thought of this.
Yeah, I love the way that he or she has drawn Mob Psycho. That face is very interesting. And I like the debris as well. The one thing about the debris I don't like is the purple. It really I can barely see it on the background. Part of that's a color problem, but the other problem is just the power that he's kind of emanating around him. It looks kind of lazily done, although that is it kind of mimics what the artist of Mob Psycho is. His style is kind of like that a little bit, but in this instance it's hard to see on that background, so it almost doesn't even seem like it needs to be there because it almost seems like it's not.
Yeah, I like this. I mean, again, we're all judges. We can all say what we think. I think this is one of the stronger pieces. Certainly we've seen tonight. I love it. First of all, I think the anatomy on this is perfectly fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with this anatomy. I think the facial expression is fantastic. I love the debris. Yeah, some of the debris is not correct in terms of its size. I mean, some stuff is smaller than it should be. No, I don't know what that is in his hand, but I'm willing to bet it's not a damn cup of wine. Possibly a cup of Kool-Aid. I'm not even sure it's a cup. It could just be a ball, a squishy ball. I mean, I don't know where James was going with that. Exactly. I mean, a squishy ball. It could be a Pokeball. I don't know what it is. I like it a great deal. I will agree on the one criticism you guys gave that I will agree on is the purple energy. We all, if you've seen Mob Psycho, you know how his power is depicted as emanating. I like the fact that this artist obviously is not emulating the style of the artist, but he's bringing his own style to it. But at the same time, he's still got to play by the rules. And so from that standpoint, he's trying to do something a little different with the energy. It would have worked better on a different background. The blue background robs the purple energy. He's not going for the over-the-top purple energy that oozes from him the way a lot of manga does and anime does. So again, I give him props for trying to do something different that fits his style. At the same time, you know, for it to have any sort of appeal, it needed to be on a different background, particularly because he's going for thinner lines. But I think this is a really strong piece. I think this is a really strong piece. Like it a lot. Okay, next up. Oh, this is the other one you're going to see a lot, folks. Get ready for Promised Neverland. A whole lot of people love Promised Neverland. So next up is Promised Neverland. And this is by let's see who this is by. This is by Mario in actually the name is Mario in anime. It doesn't show it here. But this is Promised Neverland, folks. Have you guys been watching this anime or reading the manga? I've not seen an episode of the anime yet, but I've been reading the manga faithfully since the first chapter, officially through Viz, which is how you should be reading manga if you are in the Western world. And again, get used to it, folks. You're going to see a whole lot of Promised Neverland tonight. Let's start with you, Morgan.
Yeah, this is a really nice piece. I like the way that it's been set up, the composition. And I like that idea of these monsters emerging from the background. I think it could have been a little bit better done with the black kind of blending into the form of these monsters, so it actually seems like they are emerging from it, or that the darkness has an effect as like a shadow on their body as they're emerging into the light. Because unfortunately, that first one, the biggest one, it kind of looks like he's wearing a tank top, but
correct, which he could be. He could be. I mean, but yeah.
I don't know. I've never read this series. The rest of them seem like they're just kind of floating heads, but I get the overall idea, and I think the characters were very well drawn at the bottom. And overall, this is a pretty good piece.
YouTube, I want to give you guys YouTube. I know that we're not the biggest YouTube channel by any definition, although folks, get ready for revision coming at the end of this month. I guarantee you it's going to be a hot show on YouTube from us. But that being said, YouTube, I know we're not big. I know you're not going to give us any special consideration. I know this. That being said, I want you to please seriously consider, from Frederick Jones, founder and publisher of Site AM, to include for these live videos that we make a GIF function so that I can input a GIF that'll pop up on the screen and depict my feelings appropriately. Because when Morgan says that she's never read Promised Neverland, that deserves a GIF of epic shock proportion. That deserves a scene from Friday or from Rick and Morty. The shock level can only be depicted in exaggerated form. I can't even display it personally. I think you all heard me going, but it needs more than that. Morgan, how dare you have not seen read Promised Neverland? It's only one of the coolest manga out right now. Disappointed, Morgan. Disappointed. Jay?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, with that laugh, I already know you're going to tell me. I haven't seen it either. Jay, do you know what Promised Neverland is?
I have not got a chance to see the anime, but I love the manga.
Okay, you read the manga at least, because Morgan hadn't read the manga. Okay.
I do this thing just like how I do with anime, where I just kind of wait until a bunch of chapters are collected and then I read it in bulk. So right now I have, if I'm not mistaken, I'm a few chapters behind on this. I'm kind of waiting until the next volume comes out because that's what I really want to do. I did, however, I wish that there was a Dr. Stone anime that came out. I know it's supposed to be.
It's coming. It's coming, by the way.
I know, so yeah, exactly. I just bought volumes 1 through 3 of that. And I want to do the same thing with Promised Neverland, because both of those, when they came out, it was just epic and amazing. So anyway, when it comes to this picture, I liked it. It looks pretty interesting. I wish that when it comes to Norman, I know that technically, like, it's far away and like not, I guess, as much detail as you can put inside of it. But I wish that his facial expression would have been a little bit more expressive, and it would have been a little bit more like how Norman is. Norman isn't really that expressive, but he's more expressive than what is like depicted. And the same thing with
what's his name? I forget the other one's name. Yeah. There's damn, I forget all their names. What's the girl's name? Elena.
I'm blanking right now.
Yeah, Elena or Annie.
Well, I was gonna say the little one with the orange hair. She seems confused. And
Emma. She's Emma. Yeah, Emma, Norman, and Ray.
There you go. Emma is a lot more confident than that. So I mean, I know that she seems confused reading the book, but I mean, she was, even though confused, like just as powerful intelligently as both of Ray and Norman. So I mean, I think this picture kind of depicts her as not as I guess on it as she could be, but I do like the details, in the monsters, the teeth especially. I think that's really
I agree. I think the monsters look really good.
Yeah, I really like that. I think it's hilarious that that monster has a tank top, and because of that, I'm giving this picture 3 stars. I think it's
canon now.
Well, first of all, so let me say, Jay, and everyone in the chat room, let's go. Well, let's remember that phrase from here on out. Cup of wine, because Jay, this is your cup of wine moment yet again. You went into serious detail about these kids in the piece, and I don't think, I mean, they're looking at a map. How does Emma need to look at a map? How does she, what connotates that she's in charge or serious by looking at a map?
I mean, I don't know. It's if I were to draw this piece again, I would have them maybe like, with their body structure, like saying something like with their body language a little more. I mean, I guess that's what I'm trying to say. I know that a lot of the artists that are
because you are such a badass artist, sir. I challenge you, and we'll be doing this. There's a lot of cool stuff to be happening during this year's tournament. But Mr. Odin, I'm going to challenge you because you're such a badass artist. I want you to draw an image of someone looking at a book more aggressive. Because that's what you're saying. You're like, there's a way I would draw them looking at the book that makes it look more aggressive. And I'm like, I need to see what someone looks like reading a book. Like, short of them holding it, be like, ah! I need to know what they look like looking at a book. What is that image?
I guess what I'm trying to say is I wish that they were acting more, because their body language could, tell a story. And it could, tell more of an expressive story than what they're currently doing. I do like this picture. I'm not trying to dog it. I'm just saying that that's, probably something that they could work on to make their next images a lot better. I will take your challenge in the future. I can't take it now. I'm too busy. I have too much stuff that I'm doing right now. But yeah. So.
Understood. Okay. All right. So let's get back to the next entry that we've got here. Well, let me just say real quickly. I like this piece. I like this piece a lot. I agree more so with I agree more so with Morgan, in this case, than Jay, in the sense that the only letdown of this piece for me is specifically the fact, because I think the monsters are so good. I agree with Jay about that. The monsters look so good. The toning on them is really good. The fact that the black is really uniform, so that the red parts of their mouth looks terrifying with all those teeth. Like, there's such really good job on the monsters. The fact that that arm is coming straight down into it, that just kills it. It totally kills it. It ruins what could have been a really cool artistic looking piece. Still a lot of positive here. The kids look fun, in my opinion. The monsters look exceptional. But yeah, that arm coming into the light just robs it of the feel that it could be them emerging, and the kids are kind of like, stylistically, kind of doing what they're doing. But next up we have Ray Lamar. I think you guys all know this character. Because I don't. Ray Lamar is drawing.
It's It's from Seven Deadly Sins. I'm blanking on the name now because I've seen him drawn everywhere on Instagram lately.
Right. Yeah.
Pelennor or something?
I don't know.
Yeah.
So, Escanor.
I gotta have.
Yeah, Kagami. But I was like Kagami. Between Kagami saying Yelp and Whelp and all that mess, they 100% nailed the names. They know the names better than anybody. This is Escanor. Escanor is. I'll just start off real quickly because I want to give some credit to Ray Lamar. Ray Lamar has participated in the March Madness with us before. Super cool artist, super talented artist. What I love most about this piece is kind of as we've talked about before, of artists, taking their style, but still, and still using their style, but then replicating something efficiently. And clearly, this is not quite the way the artists of Seven Deadly Sins would draw Escanor, because he's more absurd in the manga. This is a more realistic, portioned body, but still looks badass. So badass. Like all, and it's just in black and white. It's some loose pencil work with some heavy line weight inking on the outside, not necessarily on the inside. You can see, like, for example, inside of the staff or whatever that he has, the axe, that there's a lot of definition that she drew but didn't ink. Nonetheless, really, really, really cool image. JEYODIN, what say you, sir?
Yeah, I agree. I really like the style for this picture. I'm a huge fan of them. I mean, this looks really, really cool. I immediately knew who this character was, but I didn't know their name. So I was in the same boat with you guys. But I mean, that mustache is very iconic. It looks really cool. Same thing with the axe. I really like the muscle definition and the details and all that. That's really cool. I'm interested in seeing what that hand looks like behind the March Art Madness logo.
Oh, thanks a lot, Jay. Thank you. Thanks for ruining the fact that I put the logo there. And you're gonna call that out because I know there's some people watching it like, I want that logo there. It's for promotion, damn it. But I love the fact that you would call it out, knowing damn well why we put that logo. Would call it out, and let me guess, because that hand was so important to the piece. Because you had to see how that hand was.
It wasn't. It was just, it was a part of the piece that I wanted to see. However,
the person who also helped with that logo this year, my feelings are hurt.
Exactly. Morgan worked on the logo.
What if the logo could have just been moved to the next? I don't know. I didn't want to.
Then we would cover up his name over there in the corner. We cover up Ray Lamar's. She's her credit, the way she gets the credits and stuff. I never cover up the credit.
Yeah,
if the artist has a particular way, but I'll start doing that for you.
Well, don't know what.
I'll start covering up the JEYODIN part.
I think it looks really cool. I'm wondering whether or not this is digital. I assume this is digital. It looks digital, but they did a really good job at making it look traditional. So yeah, I like it a lot.
Yeah, I do not know if it was digital. I wouldn't think it was digital, but maybe so.
I think this is digital because of the gray and the way it overlaps. It looks more digital, and the penciling, either they scanned it and maybe they add that in, or maybe I don't know. It seems as though it was at least toned digitally, but I mean, if it was drawn traditionally, then they did a really good job because it looks traditional. But I mean, it could also be digital. So I don't know. They did a good job of making it making that ambiguous. So
yeah. Morgan, what did you make of Escanor?
Yeah, no, I mean, Ray Lamar always does a really fantastic job, and I don't think this was any different. And I think I would agree. The pencil work looks like traditional, but now once you mentioned that, it definitely looks like digital for the brushstrokes. So I think it's a mix. I like the symbol background for this, and it helps that make that character stand out as opposed to what we've seen in previous entries. I would say the line work maybe could be a bit stronger. It seems like this was a bit rushed. And then I would say the weakest part of this overall is like Escanor from the waist down. It seems like everything looks great from the waist up, but then you get to like his pants and it just seems kind of off, or it seems sort of lazily done.
I don't think she just gave up at that point. I mean, like I don't think she thought that it wasn't as important. I don't know, if that's what she thought. But if you've seen that anime manga, have you seen it, Morgan? Like, have you ever watched it or?
I've seen snippet, not like the actual anime itself, but I've seen like screenshots of it. I'm familiar with how this character. He's exaggerated. Very
exactly. That's what I was getting ready to say. Right, he's drawn so exaggerated that he's far more top heavy than they give him credit for within the legs. I personally don't like that, so that's what made me like this piece a lot. But I think it was more so just like I don't think she gave up. I think it was just a conscious choice of her, and she was really trying to highlight a more accurate view of what this character would look like from the waist up. Because let me say, I mean, and I think you all know this to be true, but when you've got an artist who can give you this level of fidelity in a body part, obviously his hand, the hand is holding something. Jay looks very strong. His the way his six packs are, his arms, even his face, and the fact that the way it looks, just the eyes and so forth. The head is up and the eyes are kind of looking over. Like that's gotta it is so detailed and so accurately detailed that I don't think for a second she can't draw the legs. You know what I mean? Like I just assume that she just made a conscious choice to say this piece is about showing what this character looked like realistic as opposed to the exaggerated. But I get your point. I like this piece a lot. I like this piece a whole lot. And for those of you who are looking at Ray thinking, oh crap, we're gonna have to go up against Ray, she will not be in this year's March Art Madness because she's actually an intern. We selected her as an intern on the comic artist side. So you will not have to face Miss Ray Lamar. Who's ready for some more Promised Neverland? This piece here is I think Morgan's going to have the same criticism of this piece as she had the last Promised Neverland piece. This is by who's this person here? It is by John Medallion. Morgan, what do you make of this?
I thought maybe you were referring to like the characters look like they're wearing tank tops, but I don't see it. So
no, the background, the character in the background, yeah.
I mean, it's an interesting choice with that kind of style background. But again, yeah, the way that it sits around the character's face, again, it looks like it was kind of lazily erased out. I really do like the kind of the three main characters inside like this kind of orb. I love the effect around the edge of that and the sort of painterly style of the characters. Anatomy wise, the character on the far right, his face looks kind of strange and it looks much bigger than the other characters, so it makes him seem kind of weird proportionally. But yeah, I mean, really, like that for me, the sort of bottom 2/3 of the drawing is really interesting. I think just the background and the character in the top maybe could have been done a little bit more with some more time and some more skill as what was done in the bottom portion.
Okay, JEYODIN, what say you, sir?
Yeah, I agree that the mother, she looks the weakest of all of the characters on the page. I do like the gradient. I feel as though that could have been utilized a little bit better. But I like, the color at least and how it's, the opposite of blue. The orange, it kind of makes it. I mean, I don't know, color theory wise, it kind of balances a lot to me, especially with Emma's hair being orange as well. It kind of like, makes it seem, more balanced. I agree. Also, Ray's face is a little bit too big. He looks kind of cartoonish because of that. Especially his eyes. His pupils are, so small compared to everybody else's. Yeah, I think their arms a little bit too short. Maybe if they could have been a little bit longer, it would have looked a little better. I like how both of them are holding their hands, though. That was really cool. I feel like that was also kind of bold in terms of them, at least trying to draw their hands. You know, obviously.
Yeah, they were about to say they were trying. I don't think they were successful, but they were trying.
Yeah. They obviously there are a few mistakes, but the fact that they tried, I can see that they put a lot of effort in it, especially with Norman and Emma, their hands. You know, I feel like that looks the strongest out of all the hands on the page. So, but yeah, those are my thoughts.
So I'm not as fond of this piece. There's a lot about this piece I don't like. I think the strongest thing is frankly are the colors of the kids. Like Emma's coloring looks amazing. Like her coloring just her face, the hair, the structure, the color is fantastic. Absolutely looks fantastic. Ray, of course, looks weird. I will admit that initially when I saw it, it didn't bother me as much because I guess I just glanced at it and I thought maybe this was a fisheye lens sort of feel, but obviously it's not. So he's not correct, although the expression is correct. And Norman to me is a bland character anyway, so I don't, Norman will never look awesome. He's always gonna look like a little cheese ball. Mother at the top, obviously, I kind of like the gray tone effect, like Jay said. But look, at the end of the day, I just don't think design is there. I don't think design, first of all, it doesn't mean anything. You know, her gripping the world means nothing to the plot. It doesn't. It's not a clever artistic trope. The pattern background, that sort of red dots, aren't even if you look, like they're not even, like they kind of go in and out, like they don't, he didn't even, or she didn't even line it up. I think it's a he didn't line it up. So there's a lot here that I just didn't really care for. The person has talent for sure, and John Medallion, I believe, has talent, and we'll certainly see them improve, either in the tournament or elsewhere if they don't get into the tournament. But I don't think this piece is particularly strong. I think there's some strong elements to it, namely Emma's face. The hand stuff, I totally disagree about. The hands look ridiculous. But that face of Emma, that is fantastic. If he had just drawn that face, that'd be awesome, because that face is so expressive, so colorful. The eyes just are piercing, and it just is great. That's a good-looking character. Everybody wants some more Promised Neverland. I feel like Kagami's like, I want to see more Promised Neverland. And Kagami, you got it, buddy. You got it. More Promised Neverland. This time, Promised Neverland is illustrated by Brandon Hill. Jay, what do you make of this?
I like the layout. I like how at the very top the monsters are, and the middle is just the caretakers. And at the bottom, the orphans, and how there's the wall and all that. I really like this layout. I feel as though they knew what they wanted to draw. They just couldn't express it the way that it was in their head, in their minds.
That's 100%. I mean, you could not say that better. You're right, because clearly what they wanted to do is obvious and clear, and that's hats off for that. It's just that their talent level doesn't quite match what they were trying to do, but they damn sure had an idea that you can make out.
Yeah. I feel like the thing that's bothering me the most, if you look at where they're running, Norman's leg is like, his foot is right where Emma's foot is. That's kind of annoying me. I guess that's a nitpicky, thing, but just
no, that's an accurate comment. But if you're tripping on Norman's foot, have you looked at Ray? Ray just doesn't have a foot. Ray doesn't have a left leg. Ray is just he's just an L shape. His bottom half is an L.
I do also like this is traditional. I like the gradient. That blue, that's probably the strongest thing of this entire piece. That, and also the coloring with the masks. I like how the eyes, there's that shadow. But other than that, I feel that's those are my 2 cents.
Morgan, what'd you make of this?
I mean, I think Jay pretty much said everything that I was kind of thinking. He had more than 2 cents, but no, I mean, I liked the idea. I like what's going on in the bottom as far as like that kind of fisheye effect. For me, the weakest part is just the center. Like if you kind of look at the kids in being the foreground, the monsters being the background, and then you've got that middle ground with like these 3 caretaker characters. Just the way that they're kind of positioned, again, it doesn't really have much depth to them, and then they just seem kind of weak in the way that they've been kind of rendered. But I would agree, like the background is really cool. I actually really like the way that the monsters in the background was drawn. I wish that kind of detail was done throughout, because it's almost like as you get down to the bottom, you see like the really sharp shadow on the grass. It's just like it's not quite as skillful as it is what they had done at the top part of the drawing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like. I mean, look, I actually kind of like this piece. I think this is. I thought what Jay said at the very beginning of it was dead on. Like, this is one of the rare times. You guys know how frequently we see comics or artwork from people who want to produce stuff with Saturday AM, and a lot of times, you know, to be blunt, they're not, you know, at the level per se that we, you know, can publish them at. But at the same time, you can see either that they really have a passion for it. And in some cases, and this is a rare case, you see that they really have the aptitude, they have a vision, and they can execute the vision. It's just their skill levels and experience levels are not at a high enough a level to be able to actually make what they see in their head reality. In other words, sometimes it's like, you know, sometimes with artists, it's kind of like, you know, you think, you know, you want to play a sport and you think that you're really good at the sport. In your mind, you're dribbling the basketball or you're playing with the football really, really, really well. In reality, you look like you know, you look like you have your feet tied behind, you know, tied to each other, or your arms don't work. I mean, it's just, you know, you don't look nearly as good as you think. Or dancing. I think dancing is something everybody can relate to. You know, in your mind, you're dancing as good as anybody on an awards show or on a music video. In reality, you look like you're having a seizure. And that's how a lot of artists are, unfortunately, is that they, in their mind, they think that they're far better than they actually are. This is an artist scenario where this person actually is trying to do something. They know exactly what they're trying to do. They largely accomplish it. And the only thing that prevents them from having a piece that's stellar is the ability that they have as an artist. But let's break down what they do well. The background with the monsters. They wanted to have this kind of, you know, kind of like superimposed background character kind of looking down on the others as the primary threat. They pull it off. It looks great. It's not, is it awesome? No, but it fits exactly what they're trying to do in that piece. The second tier of that piece are the kind of peripheral characters that are affecting the destinies of these kids. And so therefore they kind of are underneath the demons. They're positioned in different poses. Does the I forget the black character's name, but she's not well rendered. Mr. Minerva, the fictional Mr. Minerva, is not well rendered. But Mother is rendered perfectly. Like, the idea of her hands coming out there, like, come to me, like, you know, it's ominous, but she still does it. The person does it, and it looks great. And then Emma looks fantastic. Now, Emma, as a super deformed version of Emma, looks great. But when you get past Emma, all the other characters look tragic. I thought Jay, by the way, would bring up the fact that the logo cuts off Norman's foot, and Jay would be, oh, I really want to see the foot. But regardless, Emma looks fantastic. And I think that in fact, if you were looking at this and this were the cover of a Nintendo DS version of the series, meaning it's going to be super deformed characters, Emma would look completely at home. She would look totally at home. I think they were going for a fisheye look. That's why the buildings kind of have this weird tint to them and this kind of twisted sort of like circular aspect to it. I think this person knew exactly what they wanted to do. They pull it off for the most part, and the only thing they're lacking is the experience to do it as strongly as they would like. But I like this a lot. Okay, next up, we have, okay, we're going to give something a little different here. Folks, you've been great. You've been great with a lot of Promised Neverland, and don't you worry, Kagami. We got more Promised Neverland for you, but we're gonna break it up for everybody else. Okay, Mutton Chop is here, and the folks are here. They want to see something different, folks. I present to you Kathleen Gal, the artist, and her rendering of Berserk. Jay, what do you make of this piece?
This is the first time I'm seeing this. This looks amazing. I like this a lot. I really like the the armor, especially those points on like his shoulder. I think that's really cool. The facial expression, you can see that he's, you know, tired, but still like has, I gotta fight. No, like, I think that's pretty cool. I really like how he's read and how I forgot that dude's name, but how he's blue.
Griffith.
Griffith, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. I do think that he shouldn't necessarily be right there, or maybe they should switch because how the background is, and like he kind of blends into the background too well because it's the same type of blue. Or maybe he should be darker or whatever. But I mean, other than that, I mean, I really like this piece. I think it looks really cool and definitely very interesting. I can, you know, just look at this for a really long time. I like it a lot.
Morgan, what about you, young lady?
Yeah, so I liked the composition of this. And again, this is one that I've only read up to a certain point. And I watched some of the anime, I guess. I haven't watched the new one. But like it kind of evokes some of the kind of the emotion, or you know, the relationship between these two characters for anyone who's like familiar with the story. So I liked that kind of tone that was set with the composition. I agree with Jay. The detail in his armor is pretty cool. I just wish that maybe some of the painterly style were more defined overall because it does get a bit muddy. There's not, I mean, aside from his arm and maybe Guts's face, it's, unless you're looking at this at a distance, there's not as much definition, and it tends to it was kind of hard to read that was Griffith at first. I almost thought it was like an angel statue or something. Guts was very easily recognizable, so that I think everything kind of in the foreground worked really well.
You know, I thought this piece was interesting. I can't say I was in love with it. You know, it seems kind of stiff to me. The colors kind of threw me off again, with the background being so blended closely with the image, with the image of Griffith. And he kind of sulks into the background a little bit. Guts in the foreground. Again, loving the manga. I have read the manga up to date. His armor, I didn't think was that red. I didn't think it was really red at all, frankly. So the armor kind of throws me off a little bit. Everything is red. He's got this kind of red thing. I don't know where the red's coming from. I guess he's doing it as a contrast to the blue, but just doesn't work for me because that's not what the character's meant to be. You know, again, I certainly acknowledge the talent that Kathleen Gao has, but I can't say this piece grabbed me really at all. But it's an interesting piece. Certainly in terms of what we've seen today, it's definitely the dynamic of the character's positioning is certainly interesting and deserves to be credited for that. Next up, we have more Mob Psycho 100. More Mob Psycho 100. And this is from an artist who doesn't tell us who they are. So this is Mob Psycho 100. Morgan, you go first. What did you make of this?
Yeah, I think for like kind of the sketchy style, it fits well with this particular story.
Oh, this is Patrick and Goku. My bad. This is Patrick and Goku. I'm sorry.
Right. I like some of the details, like the sort of the 100% version of him at the bottom that has the question mark, where it's almost like, oh, what's his power level? It's almost insane. And I like the idea overall, what they're doing in the background and then Mob in the front. But I think the detail, again, this is another example where it's really messy, and so everything, it's kind of hard to distinguish things. Mob in the front, I think, is the strongest part of it, although his hand, perspective-wise, could really use some work.
Jay, what make of this, you, sir? That was great English. What do you make of this, sir?
I feel like just like a few pieces ago, you know, it looks like they knew what they wanted to do. It's just the execution wasn't as up to par with their mind's eye, I guess. Right. I like how the buildings in the background are kind of like being destroyed because of how, I guess, how powerful he is or whatever. But because of how he colored it, the streakiness of it all, it's really like making it difficult to see all the destruction in the background, as well as also like his energy. I mean, there's so much going on in this energy, and I really like how it somehow, I guess, simulates exactly, you know, what he's doing in the anime. I like that, but it looks so busy, you know, traditionally drawn, that it's really like taking away from what I guess he's trying to communicate to us. That hand, I feel like, needs a lot of work. You know, like I said, I get what he was going for. It's just, you know, that wasn't probably, how to do it. No,
Yeah.
but I mean, yeah, you know, that's that's what I got to say about it, I guess. Also the logo, definitely. I definitely would have did something else with the Mob Psycho 100 logo. You know, if I would have maybe left it blank and then maybe digitally added it after finishing the entire thing, that would have made it a little bit better. But the fact that that looks just like something that is there, it's not even centered, it kind of like throws me off even more. Like, I wonder if that's like a structure in the background that he already destroyed that's just floating up there, or if it's, you know, like just something else. But yeah, so.
Yeah, so I think so. A couple of things. Two quick notes here. One, Kami Afolabi, one of our great young designers from Nigeria, he takes the blame for this placement of the March Art Madness logo. I usually try to position it where the logo will do the least damage and cover up the least stuff. You know, here, you know, obviously I don't know what's underneath this, so that was a poor placement. And I think all the ones we're going to see that Kami did are going to have the logo in that exact same spot and being that big. So that's something I need to talk to Kami about. That being said, this is obviously Patrick Ngoka, who we saw last time with the Kingdom Hearts piece. And as a result of that, I think we now can eliminate the idea that he somehow fumbled into doing what he did. This is indeed what he intended to do. He intended to draw this. He intended to draw this with this look and feel to it, and thus that's what we have. Knowing now that this is what he intended, knowing now this is the style that he, wanted to evoke. I'm a bit confused as to what he's going for with this look. Again, I thought maybe it had something to do with the way the villain operated in the Kingdom Hearts piece, or that he just, I think Morgan suggested he was like maybe running out of space in his marker. But no, he clearly enjoys working in this heavy marker and working with the scratchy style. He thinks this is an element to it. Certainly is a unique look that he has because of that. But as we've indicated, there's so much definition that's lost that it's hard to understand exactly why you would choose this method. So I'm kind of curious to see this person. If you are someone trying to enter into the tournament, this is a piece, and the other piece that he did are something to look at, because what this does as judges, when we look at this, once we realize this is the way you're drawing it, then the next time we see your work, we're going to judge it accordingly, right? The first couple of times that we judge something, it's hard to know where you're coming from. And as you see tonight, there's a range of emotions and perspectives that we all bring to the table. But once we realize that this is what you're doing, that this is your style, then you are very much putting it to us to say, do you like the style or not? Does this style appropriately present an illustration that can be enjoyed, or is this style, again, is this style just a choice that maybe is not the best choice? And again, first time you don't quite know, but the more that it comes out of it, this is what the person's doing, then we have to judge it on the merits of someone choosing the style, and whether or not that style actually benefits any fan art. I would agree again with everything Jay and Morgan said. There's stuff here going on that I can't tell you what this is. And unlike Kingdom Hearts, I know Mob Psycho pretty well, and therefore I'm seeing this. I'm like, I do not understand any of this. I don't understand why any of this is working the way it is. So there it is. So there you go. Next up, we have, let's see here. We have more Promised Neverland. This is by Dylan Hanna. So you guys remember Dylan Hanna from last time. Dylan Hanna certainly has a style. So again, Dylan Hanna's work is similar in terms of when you look at each of the images. What do you make of this, Morgan Walker?
I really like this. Again, composition wise, I think this is really cool. I like the way that the characters are kind of overlapping. You've got the monster, and I guess you called her mother. They're both reaching out their hands, and just like some of the lighting is really good. I'd say the weaker points, again, kind of anatomy. Oh God, I don't remember her name. Emma. Her face looks kind of strange looking up like that. It looks kind of bowling ballish. I don't know if that's the technical term.
It is certainly scientific. But
Yeah.
yes,
We in the industry call it bully bullet.
yes, exactly.
And her hair kind of looks a bit weird too. It kind of has like that Dragon Ball look to it, and I'm sure it looks in the original style looks a little bit more realistic. But yeah, I really like the monster and mother in the background, and even like the background pattern that he used. It's just really nice. It's very simple, but it's really nice.
Well, based on what you're saying about Emma's hair in that image, I can say, having shared a hotel room with JEYODIN, that Jay looks like that in the morning. So, Jay, I apologize for Morgan attacking your hairstyle. What do you make of this piece, though?
I like the monster in the background. His nails and his hands, they look really cool. Especially the detail on the nails. I really like that a lot. The face of Emma, I agree. It's too round and too like cartoonish looking to like for me to take seriously. I mean, maybe that's what they were going for with their style. That's the case, but I guess I just have to see more images of theirs. Yeah, it's not ringing a bell if I've seen anything that they've done recently. I do like how Norman looks, but that's not facial expression that Norman usually makes. So I guess that goes back to what I was saying earlier about trying to get their characterization down a little bit better. But I like also like how they laid it out. I could see this if it was drawn or taken if this person took a little more time to maybe render all of the images anatomy wise, or I guess angles. Like if they were like the angle that they're going for looks really cool, but if they were to render it a little bit better, I feel like it would have came out a lot better if they would have took more of their time. So yeah, that's I guess what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. So again, like I said, I'll have to talk to Kami about this. This is not the way that I put the logos down there. So the March Art Madness logo again should never cover up something that's important to what the art is. Covering up a foot of a character running is not a big deal. Covering up in this case, Emma's holding a child, and that's just very poor form. Plus the logo is super big. We never make it that big. So I got to talk to our designer about how he did some of these images. That being said, I think in a nutshell, look, top part is excellent. Bottom part is problematic for a variety of reasons, anatomy and perspective. And clearly the artist is talented. Coloring is great. I don't feel like enough people are talking about the coloring. Coloring is fantastic on this. So again, top part, great. Bottom part is nowhere near as solid, but still it's a good effort. I'm going to break it up a little bit more here. This next piece I'm getting ready to do is from Rise of the Shield Hero, I think it's called. And this artist is John Evans. JEYODIN, what do you make of this?
I like this piece, but not like because of like the line art, which I feel as though is probably the strongest thing about it. I don't know. I don't know how to explain this. I like the hair. I like the angle. I even like how the gradients look. It all works together very well, but not on its own. Like if I were to take away the gradients, the line art I don't think it's strong enough. Whereas if I were to just had the gradients, obviously you would know what's going on. So I mean, I like this piece, but I feel like it could be maybe toned a little bit more with the details or something. Like for instance, the cape over his leg, because of how that's there. Not only because of the gradient and how it gets darker on the cape, but not the leg. That kind of throws me off. But also, the way it's cut off, it just kind of seems like his leg is non-existent behind that cape at all. Maybe he should have, or they should have shown a little bit more definition of the cape, like, being affected by the leg or the pants of the leg or the shoe or something. But I mean, I do enjoy looking at this piece. I think it looks pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the pose here is interesting. Again, I don't know the property. I've not seen the anime. The pose here is interesting. I think it being on a stark white background is somewhat appealing. I totally agree with you about the line work. It's very soft. It's very simple, and therefore it has kind of a simplicity to it. You know, it doesn't feel like a complex image. The artwork doesn't feel scratchy or lost, and so it just allows the characters to just be there in the moment. And for the most part, it succeeds. This is for me an example of I don't think there's an issue with the anatomy. I don't think there's an issue with the toning. I don't think there's an issue with the line work. I think the pose is exactly right. It's just boring. It's just boring. Because I don't know anything about the property. Therefore, seeing the characters just standing there in what could be an iconic pose leaves me with nothing because I don't know anything about these characters. So again, folks, when you're creating content, and you're creating content of properties that no one is or very few people are familiar with, then you've got to give us something more to go off of. Because if you're just accurately representing the character and your artwork is, sufficient, meaning there's nothing really wrong with it, there's nothing dynamic about it, then you're not going to advance across many other competitors because personality has to come through the work. And right now, there's no personality here for the characters or the artists. And the scene being depicted is relatively mundane. Again, no real fault to anything I say. I can't really point to anything that looks poor. It's just that it's boring, in my opinion. There's no background to give it any sort of vitality. It's just kind of boring. Morgan, what did you make of this?
I agree on that aspect. It doesn't really wow me, and that the perspective is commendable, at least, to try to do something like this. The characters look good in that kind of pose. I would disagree both about the line work and about the tones. For me, I'm very much a fan of stronger line work, but I think even in this one, it could have just been used more effectively to, again, build depth. Everything is all at the same line work or line weight, and it just, I think that adds to that kind of boring aspect. But the other problem is the amount of tones. I know sometimes that can be a style choice, but for me, it's very complicated, or it complicates how my eyes focus on this piece. There's so many different ways that the gradients are kind of running into each other that I feel like less is more would apply best here. Like what they did with the background, they didn't do a background, and that makes it more effective. But rather than doing different shades of tones or different shades of gradients, one thing that I see in a lot of effective mangas, like Obata is a good example. He uses a ton of different tones, but they're often different textured tones. So there's even a little bit more contrast between them, even though there's a ton of tones on the page. So if you've ever seen Death Note or Ralgrad, I think his is a really good example of using tones, a multiplicity of tones effectively. Here, I just feel like it's hard to know where my eyes want to focus on this piece, even though there's not a lot going on.
That's a good point. That's a good point. All right. Let's see. Next up here, we have, we have more Promised Neverland. This one is, let's see here. I had the artist name down just a minute ago. This is Amanat Houston, I think is how you pronounce it. I could be mistaken. Amanat Houston. This is Promised Neverland. So guys, let's try to go quickly with this because I want to get through obviously these and we get to Saturday AM. Morgan, what do you make of this?
Promised Neverland for days.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All day, every day.
I like the characters at the bottom. I'd say the weakest part, even though I like the character in the background, is just the glow and the background itself. It's one of those kind of lazy effects that some people do to kind of try to make it seem more dynamic. But I don't know. I don't feel like it works for all the effort that they put into painting the rest of these characters. The background seems kind of like an afterthought here.
Jay, what do you make of this?
I totally agree. The outline is definitely detracting from the image, but the image itself looks really nice. I like all their facial expressions and how they're actually all different and yet still fall in the same style of this person. So I think that's really interesting.
Yeah, I think this is a difficult piece. I think because there's wow here, just like we just talking about the past piece. This piece wows me. Does it have problems? Absolutely. but this piece does wow me. I find this piece a hell of a lot more interesting, even with the, you know, red outline, which doesn't bother me as much as Morgan or Jay. You know, I mean, the piece works for me for the most part. I agree with Jay entirely that the three kids at the bottom all have unique expressions. Norman, the only negative here is Norman looks like he has no nose. But beyond that, Norman, Emma, and Ray all look distinct. And what I particularly like about it, being a fan of the series, their distinctness is distinct per this artist, meaning that they look like this in the manga, but the artist has brought some artistic flair. So Ray looks different than he looks in the manga. It's still Ray, but you can see the artist imposing his thoughts of Ray in there. Same with Emma, and same with Norman to a degree, possibly with the motherish character at the top as well. I like this piece. I think it's, you know, it's interesting. It drives me in ways that the previous image we saw did not. Let's see. Next up is Dororo, and I've never seen this anime. Dororo is by Jesus Flores. Jesus Flores. Jay, talk to me.
I think that it's too busy up top. I see what they're going for, but they just didn't lay it out correctly, or, you know, right enough for it to look streamless. However, at the bottom, I really like the action, the lines. I think that looks really cool. The speed lines, I can definitely feel the motion. And yeah, I've been wanting to watch this anime, so I haven't gotten to it yet. But
yeah, this is a classic anime. It's actually a really old really old manga that they're adapting to a new version of the anime. It's come out before. Morgan, what did you think of this?
Yeah, I've got to agree with the same comments that Jay made. The bottom portion looks really cool. That alone probably would have worked well. The top part, it just seems like they were trying to throw in elements to try to help us understand what the series was about, which like that's a good effort, but it really, the way that it's been laid out doesn't seem like it was done very effectively. It almost seems like a kind of poorly compositioned manga page almost.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. You two are artists. You two obviously are friends. You know each other. I could not disagree with both of you more. I do not understand this piece at all. This is probably my least favorite of the pieces that we've seen today. I agree with what they're attempting to do at the top, but even that's not even. Like the fact that the left side of it with the kind of smoky background and the character with like blue blood coming out of her eye. I don't know what that is. And the death baby in the crate. Like, I don't know what any of that is. None of it's clear enough or rendered clear enough for me to understand it. But the fact that it's split off from the other side, and that's not even. The bottom part is not even to the top part, just kills it for me, because there's no symmetry to the piece. And then likewise, you're saying there's motion in that bottom part. Is that the person's arm? Because if so, like, there's no arm there. It's like it's literally just half an elbow. And by the way, I know what Dororo is, so please don't at me with some things about, well, you don't understand, Dororo can change his body parts. That, like, it's not even depicted enough for me to know if he's moving his shoulder, his elbow. Like, I don't know what it is that he's actually leaning forward with. So I actually did not care for this piece at all. In fact, the only thing I did like about this piece is the coloring on the bottom. I thought the coloring of the cape and stuff was really well rendered. But I could not disagree with both of you more. This piece to me is not great on many levels at all. I know it's a sword arm again. Like I said, I know the series well. The depiction of it makes it really difficult because you don't know where exactly the arm is meant to be. Like if it literally is just a shoulder going forward, there's no speed line that can give you velocity with that. Try it in the mirror, folks. There's no way you can make that look like that. That's why it looks so weird. Next up, Morgan. I felt like Morgan, I heard you say it earlier. I'm going to give it to you. More Promise Neverland. Okay. It's right. Promise Neverland Forever. This is by Justin Schmelzer. JEYODIN, talk to me.
I really like the lighting on this. The yellows make it seem like the light that's right in front, that I guess the logo is blocking right now. I can totally see the light right there. I really like that is throughout the entire piece. I also like how the darkness of that monster is kind of like engulfing them, or at least that's what it looks like. you know, if that's not what it is, then it could easily be construed as, you know, just floating heads, you know, which is kind of, you know, weird, I guess. But I tend to be an optimist, so I like the first thing that I said. However, the thing that I don't like, I would say the streakiness at the very bottom, or I guess I should say like how they're blending in to the darkness. If that same streakiness, like if like the hatching is going against the other marker, like the marker strokes, like it kind of is like going against each other, so it kind of throws me off. Other than that, I feel as though this piece is pretty cool. Yeah.
What do you make of this, Morgan?
Yeah, I like the concept. We've obviously seen this before as well, with characters kind of emerging from the darkness. The weakest part is definitely the blending. But also, like, if you look at the detail in the monster's face and then you see all the detail in the shadows around him, you know, they don't really go together. Or it seems like more attention was spent in one area versus the other. And also her arm, I was trying to think of a way to describe it. It just looks like kind of rubber, like her hand has been broken, but also that fist is just huge. And I understand the idea of like trying to get perspective, but that just looked really weird.
Agreed.
And being up front like that, yeah.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, again, I think this is one of those scenarios that I was talking about earlier, where you see an artist, and sometimes we get artists who submit stuff to us that, you know, they're trying to do something, and sometimes either their experience precludes them from actually completing it, or their skills. You know, I think this person obviously has skills, but they're lacking in the experience of how to depict that for. Like, the fact they're attempting it is commendable, but the execution of it doesn't work, precisely because they lack the experience of exactly how you do that foreground sort of, you know, closer to your eyeball image. I actually kind of like the faces of the three. I think Norman is the weakest, but I think the faces for the most part are kind of interesting. Emma and Norman almost look identical, but Ray's face is actually pretty good. But you know, this is a piece that actually has color and stuff going on. It still is kind of boring because there's just nothing happening. There's no interesting idea being depicted here. There's no particular threat or perspective of threat. It's just a creature kind of enveloping them in this kind of weird shadow fog. The three characters are looking at you. Ray looks the most interesting. It's just not a great image. But I will say that hand, even though that hand's not great, coloring on it I like a lot. I like that coloring on the hand a lot. Some of these artists will be great colorists. Next up is Jerry Peel. And Jerry Peel's going to do something for us, folks. He's going to bring you more Promised Neverland. Morgan, talk to me.
Yeah. Yeah, this one's not quite as strong in terms of like the composition's interesting, the character kind of running across the screen. If this one had been rendered more, I think that would have been more effective. But right now, because it's only black and white, it's kind of strange. Yeah, it's kind of like you can kind of tell that it's her sitting in front of this other character. I don't know who that character. I'm guessing that's the white-haired guy. I'm already forgetting names. Norman. Okay, I was like, I remembered Ray, but I couldn't remember this guy. Yeah, I think just if some more time had been spent on kind of cleaning up the line work here, and then at least applying a little bit of color or tone or something to try to differentiate, because right now it just seems like three objects kind of smack together: the foreground, middle ground, and background.
Ladies and gentlemen, Morgan, as I indicated at the start of this, is one of the sweetest people in Saturday AM. Really, really, she's just a really sweet person. You know, I'm the Simon Cowell, if you will, of our group. And by that, what I can tell you is that I know when people are about to break. I know when it's getting to them. And all this Promised Neverland is getting to Morgan. She's going to break. She's going to say something mean and rude about one of the artists, and that's going to be a sight to behold. Jay, on the other hand, is just incapable of having a serious moment. So, Jay, what did you make of this?
Thanks, man. I thought that the outline on Norman is really thick.
Yeah, super thick.
What they were going for in terms of trying to separate it from the moon. But because of that, And because Emma doesn't have an outline, it looks like she's like super flat onto Norman, and it's just kind of
like a tattoo.
Yeah, exactly. But like a tattoo that goes on his clothes and extends onto his face, and now also like it looks like Norman's crying as like I closely look at this, but that's like extending into her hair. Like there's a thing in comic books called a tangent, and it is very annoying as a comic book artist to see tangents in comic book pages and stuff. So like looking at this, I can see that there are tangents just in the illustration, and it's kind of throwing me off. But I mean, overall, I feel like it could have. I like the layout. I feel like it could have looked a lot better if it was drawn a little bit better. With just trying to separate all the pieces. But yeah, so.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the weaker pieces for sure. I think the artist was attempting to do some stuff here that either I think in both cases, skill and experience are lacking to depict this the way that they thought it would be depicted. I mean, essentially, it's three massive images kind of smashed together. There's the moon for some reason, and then Norman's profile shot for some reason in the moon, which by itself could maybe work. I don't know why that would be an artistic thought for Promised Neverland, or what you'd be going for that sort of superimposition. But regardless, then you have Emma on his face, which according to JEYODIN makes Norman into Tekashi 6ix9ine. But regardless, that face tattoo thing that she's got going on doesn't really work for the image. So it's just not a great image, unfortunately. So yeah, so that's it, Jay. You've killed this artwork.
I've killed the moment.
Artist. You came in just brutal, and I don't expect that of you, but there it is. This is Dororo. So Dororo was appearing quite a bit. This is Dororo by Howie, the artist formerly known as Howie Mandel. What do you make of this, Jay?
I like this image. It looks pretty cool. The flat colors with the minimal shadows, the shell shading, it looks pretty appealing to me. I do. I think the face is probably the weakest part of this entire thing. I like the hands, but yeah. I mean, overall, I like this piece. I guess I could keep on picking out stuff, but overall, I like it.
Morgan, what did you make of this piece?
Yeah, I liked it a lot too. I think the background is pretty good. Again, very simple choice. But for me, I just think maybe the line work could have been cleaned up a little. I don't know. Like the sword just seems really kind of wobbly. Looking. And then maybe they used very minimal shading on this, and I don't think that did a great service. It could have been maybe darker, or again applied in such a way to add more depth. Because again, the character, even with the color and was pretty good perspective and anatomy, it still just reads very flat. Again, giving some of the gradient or the detail that's in the background as simple as the background is.
I completely agree 100% with everything you just said. I think that first of all, again, me being far more critical than you, I think that as a judge, so therefore those of you guys watching this, pay attention. I think as a judge, when I'm looking at this, as Morgan said, the way that I would judge is based on three things. I look at the total image for what it is, and this is a really strong image if we look at it from that perspective. The Japanese characters is a really nice touch. The background, which obviously could just be clip art or some sort of wallpaper they just put in the background, it doesn't matter. It fits, it works. But then and then the character is simple enough that you can put them on the background and they kind of stand out because of that. But once you start looking at it, particularly if it's in a competitive situation where it's this piece versus another creator, and that other creator does something interesting, this is when all the little things stand out even more. The fact that you didn't potentially draw the background, all of a sudden now I look at that and go, okay, we just copy the background and then put this cursor on the top of on the background. That's a great design choice. But now, if that's the case, then it causes me to look closer at the specifics of the character. Sword is wobbly, as Morgan indicated. The cell shading, I'm not with Jay. I think this is not great cell shading by any stretch of the imagination. It's an attempt at it, but it's not deep enough or dark enough with, to give it a sense of because cell shading is there to give balance. This is there to give definition to the image. This is not the case here. And for an image that's relatively sparse in terms of a lot of stuff happening in the background and the foreground, the cell shading then should be a lot more significant. Yeah. And by the way, for the Dororo people who were questioning what I said about the last one, notice how Dororo's notice how it's the wrist. It's the bottom part of the arm with the wrist that is off. Therefore, the sword is in it, not at the top of the damn shoulder, to where if he's thrusting forward, you would not have a speed line for that. How the hell could you have a speed line when you got when your sword's coming out of the top of your shoulder? There's nothing there. So that was the issue with the previous image. But in this case, I like the character depiction enough. I think in context of everything going on with it, the negatives stand out a lot more, a lot stronger. All right. So next up, we have let's see here. Oh, we have something entirely different. Morgan, I would go to you for this, but I'm not. I'm going to go to Jay. Jay, you have the honor of talking about Code Gas by Ryan Davis.
So I remember when this came out, a lot of my friends actually liked it a lot. I liked the color scheme. I immediately, recognized that it was Code Geass. I feel as though the hands probably need the most work, obviously, because they're right in front of us. I like that the main villain, or I want to say that's the villain, that they're turned around. I like the composition, like how and I know what they were trying to do. I like that, but I don't think they executed it well. The background, it just being purple and like just those triangle shapes, I feel like that's kind of lazy. Maybe they could have did a little bit more with that, but or maybe, I don't know, had that same type of pattern like throughout the entire piece, so that way it like kind of brings it in a little more. But yeah, overall, I enjoyed this piece, but it isn't as good as it probably could be.
Morgan, what did you make of this?
I would say the same kind of comments that I made in the last one. The cell shading could be a little bit stronger. Again, it's darker in some areas of this, but it's only applied in certain areas where it seems like it should be applied everywhere. Some parts of the clothing come off flat. I think composition-wise, again, I agree with Jay that it makes sense what they were trying to do, but little things about like where the cape in the background overlaps with the character in the foreground, or rather where the character sits in front of that cape. Like it's kind of a weird area, where his head meets that cape. It's a little detail, but I feel like it's really important when you're setting up compositions like this to get that balance of how things overlap, and when things are in motion, not to have things like going at the same angle so that they kind of seem sort of strange. That was just like one thing that caught my attention. The two things I do like are the characters in profile. Not the girl so much. Her eyes look a bit weird, but just their posturing and the way they were drawn. Those to me feel like the best part of this image.
Yeah, I think the cell shading here is a lot better, to your point, than the other one. Well, not a lot, but it's better than the previous image. I like the hands only because they're dynamic enough. They obviously aren't anatomically correct, and there are elements of them that don't look right at all. But at the same time, this is an artist who they were trying to go for something. They largely succeed. Again, it's their experience level and their skill level allows the image to look less impressive than it should, but they still attempted it and they pull it off for the most part, even lacking the things they need for it. But again, I'm not familiar with the Code Geass, so again, seeing something like this does nothing for me. Like, it doesn't make me want to learn more about Code Geass. So that's one thing about all the Promised Neverland images we've seen tonight, is that they make you have a bit of curiosity about the series. This gives me no curiosity about the series. I don't know what they're doing, and it doesn't really stand out to me in any real way. Next up, we have after popular demand, we have some new Mob Psycho. This is kind of a crossover with How I Got Reincarnated as a Slime, along with Mob Psycho 100. Of course, I got covered up by. I got to talk to comment. This is literally ignorant to put the logo there. I don't know what he was thinking. Anyways, what do you make of this, Morgan?
I'm not 100% sure why there would have been a mix of the two series. I feel like this is the first one we've seen the first two series.
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah, it would have been nice maybe to just focus on one or the other. Not that they're both not drawn very well, but I really love the Mob Psycho part. Like if that had been the focus of this image, that would have been great. Because even though you don't, like maybe with the logo, it helps to kind of tell you who that character is if you've not seen the anime. But I just love the way that they've drawn this character with that kind of like gradient of power and energy and stuff. That I really like about this image.
Jay, what do you make of this?
Yeah, I agree. The Mob Psycho, obviously, is the focal point of this picture, or at least that's what it seems like. It's so bright that even the wolf and that little girl on top of it, like I barely recognized or saw them until I looked more into this picture. So if Mob was the focal point of this picture and maybe just Mob, then it would have probably looked a lot better. But yeah.
Yeah, this is interesting. I think it's a fairly interesting piece. I don't know the time I got reincarnated as a slime either. I mean, the beast seems interesting. It's got the kind of standard manga eyes. Where the eyes kind of light up and kind of have a line coming in from showing movement. The girl seems pretty cool. I assume those are her lightning powers. I don't know. I don't know anything about the series, but it seems interesting enough to me. I love the color work. Great color work. So, it's not making me want to see my life reincarnated as a slime, but it is interesting how the color comes together. Next up, we have Mob Psycho 100 again. So you guys thought Mob Psycho wasn't getting love. Now this is by Iso Sogyabi. I know I'm pronouncing it wrong. I blame JEYODIN for that. Jay, what do you make of this?
I actually like this picture a lot. I really like the cartoony style. The coloring looks really cool. I like the lighting on the hands. I feel like the hand needs some work. That pinky is
way out of whack.
Like maybe they ran out of space and they were just like, "Hey, I guess I'll go with this." But I
don't know how they ran out of space. That was just a poor choice. That's just not knowing anatomy.
Yeah, but I mean, that's other than that, I really like this picture a lot. I think it looks cool. The background, I like that it's red and it kind of like pushes out the main characters a little more. So yeah.
I agree everything you said. The finger is obviously the worst part of this. The super deformed nature of the image works entirely. Regan looks great, underneath Mob. It doesn't look weird, especially if you know the series. Regan works there. The pattern of background deserves a real shout because he does go with the red complete texture, but if you look, there's actually a pattern to the background, kind of like this hive pattern to the background that actually sits underneath the red. And the fact that it's masked to the eye, if you look at it image, from a distance, is pretty strong. Like that's a strong use of color and understanding color dynamics to be able to go with a red that completely masks it and allows the characters to sit. Now he's got the characters outlined in white, but the red, he masked the red really well so that pattern is only visible really if you squint at it or if you look obviously where the energy is coming from his hand. I like this piece a lot. Morgan?
Yeah, I liked it a lot too. I think the coloring was really great because I don't know if you guys can kind of see it, that there's a really nice gradient effect from where the light source coming from his hand, it starts to fade away as you get further away to like his left arm. I just really like the way that it turns to those different color tones. Yeah. I'm surprised nobody mentioned his forefinger. He's got kind of like the slender finger going on.
We did mention that. So we were talking about.
The pinky. You didn't mention this first one. I'm looking at that like, what is going on?
Oh yeah,
that's the one that scares me the most. But no, overall, this is color-wise and style-wise. I thought that this was really fun. I like this.
Yeah, this, as I said before, folks, there are artists who have a vision. You can make out the vision. Patrick Ngoka, someone, for example, we could see. You could kind of tell what his vision was, but then once you saw more pieces of it, you couldn't really tell exactly what he's going for because he does that stuff with the coloring technique. There are artists who have a vision. Not every artist can depict that vision, even if they lack talent. Most people that we're seeing today can depict the vision, but this is an example of someone who, even lacking some skills, because the finger stuff demonstrates a lack of skill there in terms of capturing that finger, but they captured everything else to perfection. This is an image that had an identity, had an idea going into it. They executed it perfectly, and they compensate even when their skills are not quite up to snuff. Fantastic piece. Next up, I feel like you want more Mob Psycho 100. You're getting more Mob Psycho 100. Probably the best piece we're going to see tonight. This is by Nathaniel Dasenro. He did the Ape Escape. Remember Ape Escape in the first round? JEYODIN, what do you make of this?
This is one of my favorite pieces. It really reminded me of another artist. There was a comic a long time ago called Picasso, if I'm not mistaken, and it kind of reminded me of that. The only criticism I would have about this is his uniform. I like the streakiness because it like makes it look more of a traditional, like it makes it look like it's more traditional. However, I would have probably made it fully black just to make him stand out even more so, as like, you know, just as a more solid figure. But I love this picture. This picture is great. You know, I really like the hatching and all that. It's phenomenal.
This is a wonderful picture. Again, this is the artist who did the Ape Escape image, so we can see just how much they are capable of depicting absurdist realities, depicting facial expressions. Once again, we see this person doing it to perfection. Fantastic artist. Morgan, what do you make of this?
Yeah, I agree with everyone. This is such a fun piece, and it just really it speaks to the kind of the fun absurdity of the manga series. And I'm really impressed again by his ability to do the exaggerated faces. I mean, this would make for he'd be a great artist to see in a manga. But I'm also just impressed with like the perspective for this one. It just adds a lot of energy to it.
Absolutely. All right. So we're all in agreement here. It's going to be interesting to see what our top three are then for this. Next up is some more Dororo, because I feel like you all want more Dororo. And this is Dororo by an artist named
Michael Beaumont.
Michael Beaumont.
You do it.
You sure did. So since you beat me to it, Morgan, tell me, what do you make of this?
I like Beaumont's attention to detail. I think the faces are the strongest part of this. They really do look like something out of a manga, so that's really impressive to me. For me, I think the weakest part, unfortunately, even though the detail is strong, it's just very muddy. There's not a lot of depth in some of it. So, like, just looking at it from a distance, it's kind of hard to read what is what. And then anatomy-wise, the feet and the hands of the little boy character, I mean, the way that the feet are pointing is kind of awkward, but also just like the way that they're shaped, they kind of look weird.
Yeah. I think we found Michael Beaumont's weakness, so AKA Monitor Comics is his name on social media. Then we found Monitor Comics' weakness. He can draw thighs and breasts in a bikini. Give this man child feet, and he is defeated. The child feet here are I'm not even sure what to say about them, because first of all, if you spend any time around children, the feet are dirty, and these feet look relatively dirty. Of course, this is in kind of feudal time Japan, and you know they're walking through grass and stuff that aren't wearing shoes. But this young man's feet are dirty. But then you add on top of that, they're going in two separate directions. I've never seen that in my life. But this is a strong piece. In spite of that, the cross-hatching here is really interesting, particularly when you apply it to both the clothing and then the background that has all these sort of statues and stuff. It's an interesting piece. This is not a bad piece at all. But yeah, those feet really, the feet and the kid just in general, just kind of like if it was just the main character, it might be it might be a more complete pick. But the addition of the child just kind of, because of the things that are wrong here, kind of lessens the awesomeness of this piece potentially. Jay?
Yeah, I agree with you guys. I really like all of the line work, especially, is just, you know, amazing. The hatching is always really cool. The faces look beautiful. I will say I wish that there was a little bit more dirt on the little boy's face, just to have more of a consistency, because he has dirt all over his body except for his face. Like he just had like a washcloth randomly out of nowhere and just washed his face before he got on the back of his feather or whatever. But other than that, the background, because there's so much detail, it kind of flattens out the image because there's so much detail with the people as well. So I wish that, you know, maybe there was an either or scenario. But I like the fact that there is a lot of detail because it allows me to constantly look at this picture and just find something new the longer I look at it. So on that aspect, I think it's really cool. The coloring, I feel as though I like a lot, but in some places I feel like it's kind of like too shiny. And what I mean by that is it kind of like, you know, everything is shiny, so like everything stands out so that means nothing stands out, and that's, you know, just kind of like flattens everything, like I said earlier. So, but I like this image a lot. I think it looks really cool.
I did want to point out that I'm glad you mentioned the shininess, because remember, this is what we talked about in his last piece, was it Catherine or whatever, and how the light source seemed kind of odd, like the girls were really glistening and stuff, and the guy was in the back behind them, and the light source should have hit him, but it kind of just missed him in certain places, and there's no way the girls were doing this. So he that's one other area here with Mono Comics. He clearly has a thing that he does, or she does, I think it's a guy, obviously Michael Beaumont, that he does with pigmentation and with the light on that pigmentation. There's a thing he does frequently. It may be a bit of a crutch for him because it doesn't work all the time. Like it shouldn't work all the time. Lighting should be more dynamic, and in this case, I'm seeing a lot of the same issues with the lighting from this piece to the last piece. But anyways, anything else? Jay, anything else?
No, that's about it for me.
Good. All right, let's keep on. Next up, Mob Psycho 100. This is a really strong Mob Psycho 100. We're getting back into the mob stuff, the mob game, and this one is by Taz Sketchum. Taz Sketchum. Jay. Taz Sketchum.
That's a cool name. It reminds me of Ash Ketchum. But anyway, no, I like this a lot. If it's traditional, which it seems like he took a picture of it after drawing it. Looks cool. I like that. I love the hands. That looks so amazing. Especially the coloring on it. It looks really cool. The energy looks really interesting. You can feel the ferocity in Mob's eyes. I would have worked on the chin or the jawline a little bit more. That kind of seems off to me. But everything else I really like a lot. I like this image a lot.
Morgan?
Yeah, this is arguably one of my favorites, just technically wise, and then just the composition. I mean, even though there's not a lot of action going on, I think just the emotion and the detail that was put into this is really good. My only two criticisms would be the hand. There's some kind of weird things going on with the thumb, and the hand does seem a bit flat, even though there's quite a bit of detail and coloring that was done in it that's pretty good. But then also, I don't know if this is something worth criticizing, but to me, it's kind of a pet peeve, is like when you take a photo of something, this would have been a really easy task to just put this in like a photo editing software, even Paint or something, and just cutting out the table in the background and just giving it a nice clean black background. That would have even helped this piece just stand out even more, because that color is super vibrant.
Yeah, so I don't know if this young man is watching this. I remember him contacting me before. It was folks, again, don't there's a aspect of being young, and there's an aspect of being clueless, and young is okay. Clueless it can work against you. And I remember this young man kept asking me these questions about, okay, well, how do I submit artwork? And I'm thinking, like, you are on Instagram. What are you talking about? Like, he was like, can I submit it physically? It's like, no, of course you can't submit it physically. Like, we're not going to take your artwork physically. And he's like, well, I don't understand how I enter it then. Like, why don't you have rules for how I'm going to enter it? And it was just, it came across rude, but it was so ridiculous, because it's like, son, you are on Instagram. You are talking to me via Instagram. You have pictures on your Instagram. Use the same method for that. But this, folks, is so when you have that level of obstinance and just not thinking clearly, that's not good, because it makes you seem not particularly bright. But then when you then go a step further with it, to Morgan's point, and you're taking a photograph of it. First of all, I love the fact this person who didn't seem to figure out technology somehow figured out how to put their @ symbol up at the very top. You see the @ symbol saying, "This is my artwork." So they're trying to advertise themselves. Number two, yes, you cut out the background, you cut out the table, and so if we find a way to not put that on there. So there's stuff here that is bothersome. Now, maybe that, by the way, that at symbol is part, you know, maybe this is a sticker or something that where that's part of the background. I don't know. Bottom line, yes, folks, there's technology out there. There's stuff you can do on your phone to improve the quality of your images and upload them effectively. And when you're coming to a competition like this, if we see something like this, no matter how good you are, we see something like this and we can't tell exactly what's going on with this artwork. We can't tell if you, because for all we know, you photographed someone else's art. So it's just poor form. And no matter how good you are, eventually it will catch you, because that's not the way to try to build a career in comic books. As I've said all the time, folks, you're going to try to build a career in comics. You want to be a top artist. You want to get paid like a top artist, yada, yada, yada. Then you have to behave like one. You can't be second guessing it or coming in at a kind of just substandard level. You would never expect to become a basketball player, and you never once save up money or ask mom and dad to save up money to get you an actual basketball or an actual baseball bat, like a real one that's authorized by the league. You would never do that. So to do it and you lack the proper equipment to scan or present your work in the proper context of the apps that you can put on your phone to actually perfectly capture the image without all this other stuff into it. Again, you're going to go up this competition. You face other people. You face other people. If the other people are talented and got their stuff together, you will get blown out of the water. So this person's super talented, but those issues are definitely there. Next up, we have Promised Neverland. Promised Neverland. And this is by Mai Z Vang, who was in the week that we just looked at prior to this. Real quickly, Morgan, what do you make of this?
I'm out. I can't do it anymore.
We broke her. What do you make of this, though? Seriously.
Again, I like the concept. I think there's just some issues with proportions. The way that the three characters are kind of standing, like, it's just kind of weird how Emma is positioned, but then the other two seem like they're at a different angle perspective-wise. Right. And then I think overall the coloring is a bit, it's a bit, I'm not sure the right word. I don't think there was some really good blending going on here with some of the details. And the line work's a bit thin, so I don't know. I think the biggest problem for me was just the perspective in the front.
Jay?
Yeah, I agree with Morgan. The coloring seems kind of off to me. The perspective is kind of off. I wish that the backgrounds, like the flowers and stuff, maybe that could have wrapped around the fingers or something, just to make it a little bit more interesting to look at.
Exactly, right. Because otherwise it just looks like clip art. It's like it's just placed there for no reason. It does nothing for the image. Yeah.
Either that or maybe have some more in the background just to have it repetitive, because it just seems like there's a gradient in the background. So, but yeah, those are my thoughts.
Yeah, I think I agree with everybody. I think this image, again, this is a property I like a great deal. So the image itself attracts me, unlike the Rise of the Shield Hero stuff, even though this is less technically proficient as the Rise of the Shield Hero. The colors are, as Morgan said, they're not dynamic. They're kind of muted. They do the job, but there's issues galore on the coloring. The images are not the greatest. This is a scenario where the artist had a vision. Their vision was correct. This could be an amazing image if someone really skilled was drawing. Mother, her hand, the children in her hand, which is profound when you think of what the series is about. The demon behind her, the black mother next to her. Profound if done the right way. Like Jay said, wrapping the roses around her fingers even would be kind of cool. But the idea here was correct. The execution is where the letdown is. Next up is another Promised Neverland piece. I believe this is our final piece of this whole thing. I think, there's one more. Should be one more. This one, though, is by Abraham Polonia. What do you make of this, JEYODIN?
I like the I like all the small details in terms of like the kids, for instance, like in the background, like running away. I think that's pretty cool. I really like the style in terms of like what they were going for. I feel like it needs to be rendered more. Like the wrinkles inside the clothes definitely need some more work. Unless like maybe like they're trying to signify that it just rained and it's sticking to their body or whatever, in which case, good job. I don't know. There's a lot of ambiguity when it comes to this, but I like it for the most part. You know, but yeah.
Morgan?
I think the coloring still needs a little more work, but I mean, for the most part, it looks pretty good to me. Interesting.
Keep talking, Jay. Morgan, what do you make of it?
Yeah, no, the details they could be worked on, you know, more kind of understanding how folds work, because unfortunately that makes the characters seem very flat. They're not indicative of how the folds would actually wrap around the characters' bodies. The coloring, you know, there's just areas where things are blended or shading is done where it seems a little bit rushed. It doesn't seem like it was as intentional as it could be. For me, like the more I look at it, I wasn't really sure about the kids running in the background, but I actually like that better because the way that they're like, you can tell that they're running into the darkness more. It's that that kind of blending of the darkness of those characters that I think was done really well. And even the ground, like as simple as it is, I thought that was actually really effective. Like that is the characters in the background and the ground plane are rendered, I think, the best out of all of this.
Yeah, I actually like this image a lot, and just in a nutshell, just like I said up front, we've talked tonight about Emma and the way she's been depicted, and of course, there's the infamous the infamous thing about her reading a newspaper, how she needs to look reading a newspaper. But I will say that this is the best depiction of Emma that I've seen. So if you're looking for Emma to have agency, to star in the image in a way that befits what her character ultimately is about in the series, of all the images we've seen tonight, we've seen some images, frankly, that are stronger for this. Like I think this is the worst looking monster, for example. So worst looking monster from the series, best looking Emma. I feel like this Emma, proportionately, she's pretty decent. Her face expression has a kind of seriousness to it. The hair has that ridiculous little swirl thing going on. This is just, to me, this image is a strong image, particularly because Emma occupies so much of it and she's depicted in such the correct way. There's a lot of things that don't quite work, but again, the monster is by far the weakest part of this. If it was just Emma and the kids running and some sort of silhouette of the monster, this could be a top pick, but it's an interesting pick. One last image, folks. One last image, and then we're done. It's Do Ro Ro by Kosa Kasanda. Morgan, what do you make of this?
Can't see it. Oh, there it is. Sorry.
It was there, Morgan. It was there. What do you make of it? What do you make of the No Armed Man?
No Armed Man. Yeah, I mean, I like the character in the foreground. I think the characters in the background, the way that they've been cut off, they seem like stickers on the background.
They do, yeah. They seem like GIFs, non-moving GIFs.
Yeah, and they don't like, other than the other guy who's like kind of looking down at the main character, they don't seem like they're really part of the piece. Like it seems like the focus is the character up front, but then he's also like, he's cut off at the leg. Like if it shown all of him, I think it would have been a bit stronger. But yeah, those characters in the background, they really don't need to be there.
JEYODIN?
Yeah, I agree. They're just floating heads for no reason. If they would have shown the entire image of that character with no arms, and then maybe if they added like a bunch of different faces from the entire series, like all like, I guess, behind him, like designed a certain way, that would look really cool. Maybe that's what they're going for. But the way they executed it just didn't look as good as it could be. So, yeah, I like the blood though. I mean, it's kind of
you like the blood.
I mean, it's kind of cool. I mean, that's probably the best thing about the image in my mind. I mean, you know, but yeah. So
yeah, this image has problems all over the place. I will commend this artist for two things. One, the background is, you know, a safe background. You know, they didn't try to get ambitious with the background, but it's still a solid enough background. It's not white. It's not black. It's got a little perspective to it. And the main character has a dynamic pose. Now, you know, hats off. It's a dynamic pose, far better than the Dororo pose we saw in the very first image, where everyone kept talking about the velocity work and it made no sense whatsoever. This image is adequate. This is a dynamic pose. That is where it stops. The characters at the top are not needed. The young girl or boy in the green doesn't even look well illustrated. At least the guy's image on the other side with the hat looks a bit more consistent, but the other person looks, very inconsistent. The foot of Dororo, first of all, his legs are way spread out, so that's just anatomy is wrong there. Dynamic image, right idea, dynamic image wise, the execution is horrible. The legs are way too far out. It's just not anatomically correct. But that foot, can we talk about that foot? Morgan, that foot.
I don't think I noticed it till you said something.
Oh, I know. It was the first thing I saw. I looked at it and I thought to myself, while Jay was marveling at that lack of blood, I'm looking at this foot thinking to myself, is that like the baby's foot from Incredibles or what? Like, I don't know what that is.
I think part of the problem is it almost looks like the big toe is on the outside of that foot because that's the left leg. But yeah,
it looks like the heel looks like an ankle.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it kind of looks too slender. I didn't necessarily like pay attention too much to that either, but
that's because of
now that I'm looking at it, I agree. It does look kind of really off.
Yeah, that I want everybody to watch this video, look at that foot, and let it haunt your nightmares. All right, so that is Kosa Kasanda. Thank you, though, Kosa Kasanda. At least it looks at dynamic pose. You had the right idea on the pose, right idea on the background, not on the characters at the floating heads at the top, and you got to do better anatomy work on Dororo. Okay, folks, who won this round? Who are your top three? JEYODIN, who are your top three, sir?
This is from the January 26th one, right?
Yeah.
The second round. I would say Nathaniel Dan Serra is number one. The Dororo was number two. Wait, hold on. Let me see if I can actually.
I was going to say, if you're not ready, sir, I will go to Morgan. Morgan, go with your quick. Yeah, go with it.
The Taz Sketchum Mob Psycho, that was my favorite.
Wait, say it again.
The Taz Sketchum one.
Oh, the Taz Sketchum one.
Yes.
Okay.
Nathaniel Dancero, I mean, it's a close second. Nathaniel Dancero, his Mob Psycho is really good. And then I agree as well. The Michael Beaumont, the Monitor Comics Dororo piece was my third.
Okay. JEYODIN, let's try it again, sir.
Yeah. So, the Nathaniel Deseru, if I'm not pronouncing that wrong probably, but that's on my number one. The Mike Beaumont was my number two. And the ISO, the cartoony one, that the pinky was kind of off, that was my my third favorite. The ISO Sao Giabed or Gia whatever. I'm pronouncing that wrong.
Okay. But my favorite was Nathaniel Dasenru. The image you see here, hands down, it was the best image of this particular round. My second favorite one, you all dismissed it, but I really enjoyed it, was the Paradise Down, or Promise Neverland, sorry, by Aminat Houston. That was the one with the red outline of the black female character and 3 kids at the bottom. To me, that really worked, particularly the kids, I thought came across really, really strongly. And then let's see, the very first image, that we had here. I'm sorry. Wow, I've got this wrong. I'm so sorry. I've got this wrong. My favorite image, again, this one, Nathaniel Dasenro. That's my favorite image. The second strongest image was Ray Lamar with Escanor. And then the third one was Spartan Ghost, who did Mob Psycho 100. I loved his depiction of Mob Psycho 100. I thought it was really, really strong, great imagery with it. Really strong image. All right, folks. Now, folks, we're gonna shoot through this final round because, again, we don't want this thing to go late. It's 11:36. Got to wrap up. I got to get issue 0 stuff done. Issue 101. I got to try to get some sleep at some point. I've also got to get some stuff over to Comics Pro. So, folks, we are going to rifle through this. Morgan, can I get your commitment that we're going to rifle through this? That you're not going to belabor any particular stuff?
I broke a long time ago, so I'm just I'm ready to do this very quickly.
JEYODIN, Can we get your support to let this final round go quickly?
Let's do it.
All right, Jay. That means don't belabor the point. Just make it and get out.
Got you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the third and final round that we're going to review. The theme here was Saturday AM. It was all Saturday AM. We're going to split it up into two sections. One is for Saturday Con, which was our big event that we did where people were subscribers and people who weren't subscribers who then had to pay money, but they could come. We did a virtual Comic-Con. All of our creators were there. You got to talk to people from New Zealand, from here in America. White Manga was there. Andrea Voros was there. All over the world, our creators were there. They were there to talk with you, answer questions, and generally have a good time. We did some live pitch sessions. We're going to talk about that here in a little bit. So this first group is all about Saturday Con. Let us get to it. By the way, some of these folks did not name their files very well, so I can't tell you who's who. This first one is by don't know who. Saturday, but it's don't know who this is by. Morgan, what do you make of this?
God, I was going to say I thought I knew the name, but I don't have it written down. Love the concept. I like a lot of the coloring. My only negative would be that Sano is covering up a lot of this monster. I would have liked to have seen more of what they were fighting.
JEYODIN.
Yeah, I agree. Sano's too big. I like the action though, and the coloring does stand out. Every character does look like their characters, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's an okay image to me. I mean, the best part about this, these were ones that I worked on, so all the logo placements here are excellent. But I will say that what I didn't like about this, yes, he's covering up, Sano's covering up the demon, which looks really interesting. But two is that, you know, none of the characters are doing anything. I mean, they're all just kind of like showing you themselves kind of powered up to some degree, but they're not actually doing anything. So if this were a Marvel comic, you know, one of the characters would be punching another character or something. It's just not, there's just stuff's not here. So that's kind of my issue with it, is that the stuff's just not happening. So the image just lacks that sort of energy or vitality to it. But I do like the fact that he put the three characters in, and I do like the fact that characters all look relatively accurate in terms of their design. So hats off on that. The next one here, this was, again, artists who didn't really name themselves well, so can't tell you who it is, but they were celebrating us for our 100th issue. Jay, what did you make of this?
I think it's really cute, especially Stud coming out of the camera. I think that's really cool. I totally agree with, well, actually, remember last time where somebody could have just took a picture of this and then edited it, like scanned it in or something, so that way we don't see the Marvel background, the counter background. I totally wish they would have did that. But other than that, I like this a lot in terms of the cuteness of it all. Yeah,
Morgan?
I agree. It's also a very cute concept. My only, I mean, aside from the photo, my only other negative is these look like that they were taken from parts of our manga.
Yeah, they do.
So they could have been a little bit more original with the photos themselves, but the concept was good.
I mean, I can tell that these were drawn, so I can tell that these were people who drew our stuff. Yes, they copied it, but at least it's got some sort of context to it, as opposed to the young man, remember, Morgan, who literally copied what you did, line for line, presented it in the same way. This, I know exactly where some of these shots are from, like the cast. I know exactly where that's from, but you know, he didn't present it entirely. Like there's some liberties he took. He's got it obviously boxed into a photo, so it has a different feel to it. I think Jay's word is 100% correct. This is cute. This is a fan expressing their fandom on a Saturday AM, doing it in a really fun, appreciative way. This is sort of fan art that it might not win any competitions, but it wins a serious place on our mantle for having awesome fans. I like this a lot. Next up is a piece here about Bully Eater. Morgan, what do you make of this?
I was wondering about this. Oh my God. Don't get bullied for about. Okay, so now I get it. I had no idea this was about Bully Eater. I thought this was a joke.
Yep, nope. They sent it to us as Bully Eater. Of course, they didn't list their name, but sent it to us as Bully Eater. What do you make of it?
You're still asking me?
Yeah. You thought it was a joke. That was it. That was a joke.
I don't. I had no context for what this was for, and I still have no context. It's a very interesting ad for Roundup.
Yeah, exactly. They need to pay us some money. Jay, what do you make of this?
It looks very realistic. I like it's very
Detail.
recognizable. I've seen this logo before somewhere.
That's really good. This looks really realistic. It's almost as if they took a photograph and just stuck it on.
Exactly.
Good point. No, it's I thought it was cute. I thought it was clever for sure. Yep. Okay, give me one. Yep. Give me one moment, guys. I'm sorry, I've got to. Just give me one moment here. All right, sorry about that, guys. Thought I got in a call from my parents. So just wanted to always take a call from your parents, folks. Always take a call from your parents. You never know if anything is wrong. All right, so let's get back to it. Jay and Morgan both were really impressed with that piece of fan art. Next up is this Apple Black piece here. What do you make of this?
Who are you talking to?
JEYODIN.
I mean, it looks like a pretty nice fan art. I mean, I don't know. I think that they, definitely show that they're a fan. It doesn't look up to par in terms of competition wise. I feel like, maybe they should have worked a little bit more with the anatomy, but I like the energy that I know that they had while drawing this. I can feel that. So I wish that it would have been scanned in. That's probably something that could have helped it out. Maybe brighten up the whites so that way you don't see the shadow of the person taking the picture of it. I would have, maybe did that to make the presentation a little bit better. But other than that, yeah, that's what I feel about it.
We don't know how old this fan is. So 3 things about it. I just want to say real quickly. Number 1, Jay's broken.
I'm broken.
He's one of the nicest people in the world. When he starts being like, "Oh, this is just not up to stuff," like, wow.
I mean,
wow, Jay, this is probably a child drew this, Jay. A child drew this, and you're just gonna crap on it, Jay. Number 2, the idea, Jay's suggestion that they don't stand in the picture because the shadow gets in the way. That was classic. That was classic. And then third is the fact that, Morgan, did you know that Jay is the art whisperer?
I had no idea.
He just told us that. He said that he could feel what this artist was feeling when they drew it. He could feel like, they probably had a lot of energy. I could feel it. I can feel it in the art. That's exactly what he said, ladies and gentlemen. Replay the video.
I can feel it. It's in my bones.
Feel it. Morgan, how are you feeling about this?
I was about to say I can't feel anything.
No. Morgan's broken.
Yeah. No, I do like the attempt at this particular pose. I think that with some more detail, it would help to kind of, accentuate that perspective, because right now it does feel very flat. Like his arms are kind of literally at 90-degree angles across his body. But yeah, and again, we have the same issue with taking a photo. It would have looked better scanned in. We've got like the shadow from this person standing in front of the light source. So that's always just a kind of a professional thing to learn.
I don't know how old this person is, but I assume they're just a fan. I assume they're just a fan. They're not trying to compete. They could be young, they could be old. They're just a fan. And I will agree with JEYODIN about one thing. Someone who takes the time to do this, because they even took the time to do the little thing inside of the name, inside of the A and the O. They're a fan, and you can feel their fan. You can feel their love for Apple Black and Sano in that, and that makes me happy. No, it's not the best image in the world. No, it's not even close, but it makes me happy that they're happy, that we make them happy. I think that's great. Next up, is let's see here. Next up is JEYODIN will like this. Hammer by Jacqueline Renee. By the way, Jacqueline Renee is an intern with us for our social media. Jay, what do you make?
So I'm definitely biased on this, but this actually was one of my favorite pictures of this entire round. This particular image was sent to me, or at least tagged. I was tagged in this image when it was uploaded to Twitter or Instagram a long time ago, and I liked it back then as well. My only criticism when it comes to the hammer, I feel as though it is a little flat on one side. I guess I can see the what they're going for in terms of I guess the perspective of it all. But like it just seems like a little bit skinnier and should be more round. So I would try to rework that. And also I really wish this was scanned in so that way we didn't have to see the cover and stuff. So that way it would be a little more focused on just the image. But overall, I really like the style of this and also the penciling. It looks really cool, and the line art looks really awesome.
Morgan, what did you make of this?
I love the style. I love the look of Hammer in particular. He looks like a character from Cutman or something like that.
Yeah.
It's a really cool thing.
It does feel like very 1980s Nintendo game, sort of thing, or Nintendo DS type game,
Yeah. And then again, if it weren't photographed, that might have made it at least look more professional. And then, the hammer looks like it's been squashed.
Well, definitely, because the hammer looks like there's like an opening in the middle of it with that black, kind of thing on the left side of it. So I'm still trying to figure out exactly why that's there and what that does. But yeah, a little weird, but it's interesting. I love Stud. I love the way he looks in this, and I love the monster. I think it's really great. Jacqueline, very talented. Let's see here. Next up, we have Hammer's getting a lot of love. More Hammer by Kosa Sanada, who we just talked about a few minutes ago. What do you make of this, Morgan?
Yeah, I think again the way that this has been cel shaded, it's just very flat. There's not as much depth going on, and I'm not really sure what the text is for. Like I understand that they're trying to give some context to what these characters are doing and why they look like that, but I don't know. It just kind of it didn't really seem like a complete illustration because of that. I feel like.
Yeah, Jay, what'd you make?
I agree. I feel like he should have, they should have, maybe finished the legs to make it look a little more complete. I like that they're both standing out on the background a lot. It's very clear to see who they are, I guess. So, I would also like to, thank this person. Definitely, I really like that cool idea, Hatchet. He's not gonna have that ability, but I do like how it looks, and I'm glad that the fans that are liking Hammer more and more, are coming up with their own attacks for Stud. I think that's really cool. So thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's what I take away from the image. I mean, I don't think this is a great image, but I think that the fact that this artist again is so in love with the characters and therefore the artists that he then has spent any time dreaming about what their characters would be after a time skip, I think is awesome and gratifying for Saturday AM and for White and for Jay, whose characters are represented here. It's great. It's I mean, that's what fandom is. If you can't dream about a character and dream about what that character can do or how they'll react to the storyline, then the creators aren't doing their job, and that's great. That's really cool. Okay, next up we have let's see here. We have Bully Eater. This is by Chris. I can't quite pronounce his last name. Christopher Domingo, I think is how you say it. His last name is something like that. But anyways, this is a Bully Eater image. Really kind of iconic look, even though his butt does not really look like there's a butt back there. But the pose is great, even though the butt and the shirt kind of don't quite match. That bottom half is problematic, but that top half is dope. What do you make of this, Jay?
Yeah, I agree. The detail in the arm, especially, is like really really cool. I also really like the blurry leaves. It really
Yeah, me too.
motion. If they would have put more detail in the pants, especially the butt area, as much as they did the arms, and this picture would have been like top notch, like really, really cool. But other than that, it's still really awesome. I really like the colors too. I think I think it's a really strong piece.
Oh, sorry. Morgan, what'd you make of this piece?
You guys really like to talk about butt.
You're
on this call, and I'm not going to even mention guy butt.
I don't know what to say. Jay's an ass man. But go ahead.
Wow, Fred. Wow.
See, I really like this shirt. I actually thought that was really nice.
No, I'm talking about the shirt. Like, if you look at the back of the shirt, like, again, if you wear a shirt like that shirt, like, it just thins out back there. Like, that shirt should be a lot. Like, in other words, just imagine the way his arm is, gives you a sense of what his proportions are, right, for his upper body. Right. So now, do you see that shirt buttoning up in the front? You see what I'm talking about? Like that. That's a very thin shirt on that left side. Like, when you see where that shirt is, you're like, wait a minute, that shirt's not going to stretch over, and he's going for the cape look, and it could look more like a cape because that shirt should be a little bit longer. When you compare how wide he should be based on the bottom parts, what's in the bottom part's problematic, then that's where the shirt just kind of seems like it's like the shirt looks like there is no front to the shirt because there's no way that shirt would be that far back.
Okay, I see. I thought maybe you had a problem with the detail of it because I love the way that it's drawn, but that makes more sense.
Oh yeah, me too.
Yeah. The two things I don't like about the perspective is his eye, and I understand that like when you're at that perspective, it's just kind of weird to get that angle, but you might have just have drawn him either not looking that way or looking forward. It just kind of looks weird the way it's drawn now. And then his hand in the foreground just seems really small when you consider the perspective that things are supposed to be getting bigger as they get closer. It just looks kind of like it's all wrist, or there is no like wrist between the hand and the forearm.
Yeah,
that makes sense. Yeah,
it does. It absolutely does. Jay, did you comment on this yet?
Yes.
I'm broken. I'm broken. I'm clearly broken.
Y'all were talking about butt.
That's right. My bad. My bad. That's right. I made the joke about Jay being an ass man. Saeed Williams drew this piece here. I love this piece. I love this piece just because there's so much personality here. Love this piece. What did you guys make of this?
I liked it a lot too. There's definitely a lot of detail in the way that the characters were drawn. There was a lot of attention that was done to getting the anatomy. Like they look very realistic. So they all look like they're kind of from the same comic even. With the exception of some characters like Mutton and Hammer.
Hammer is clearly exaggerated. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's still some kind of weird things going on with anatomy. I really like this. I liked all the characters interacting with each other in this one.
Me too. I will say, being a black man, Dante's hair is ridiculous. Like, that's just like, oh my god. I don't know. That's not an afro. That's a bouffant. I don't know what that is, but I love his face. I love his character action. At least I love all the characters and how they're interacting with stuff. I will say as well, Jay. I know you're getting ready to talk here, but I will just throw out real quickly that now Sano, that picture of Sano. That's how you read a book. Go ahead, Jay.
Okay. Whatever. I really like this piece a lot. I really wish that this was in color, honestly, because I think it would have just been that much better. But I agree. Everybody is in the same style except for Mutton and Stud, which I thought was pretty interesting. Just the fact that they were like so disconnected. But I really like the fact that the cover of the 100th issue is technically still the cover. It's just like really far away. I really like that attention to detail.
Yeah.
Overall, I like this piece a lot.
Yeah, me too. I think this is a really, really fun piece. Okay. Next up, we have Caesar. One of White's new characters, or the villain. Again, don't know who did this piece, but what do you make of this, Jay?
I like the colors a lot. This particular picture I've seen a lot through marketing that we've been doing, and also when it first was entered for the prelim rounds, I thought it was really awesome and it stood out. I really like it a lot. It looks really cool. I would say the shining, I guess electricity or something, or flames or something in the very front, especially on that finger. That's kind of throwing me off. It makes it look like his finger is super shiny. But other than that, I think that this piece is really cool. I like it a lot.
Yeah, it's definitely a very dynamic piece. A lot of people seem to like it when we did it. Morgan, what do you make of this when we showed it off? I mean,
yeah, the coloring is really cool. I love the style and the way that the coloring is applied to the line art as well. It really makes it very cohesive across the whole piece. I agree with some of the placement of the flames in front. I actually really love the way that they're drawn. A big negative for me is, well, I guess composition wise, it just is kind of okay, yeah, he seems kind of dynamic, but there's not a lot going on, but there's all this other stuff around him that's really interesting. But then the hand in front, it looks like the fingers are sprouting from the wrist. There is no hand. So that's maybe a little detail that could have been kind of rethought.
Agreed. Yeah, I love it. I like this piece a lot. I actually like the light, sparks and stuff that are coming off of this character. I like the dynamic angle being so close up to the character. I think this is a really well illustrated piece. Next up, we have let's see here. We have this is our friend Jeff Duvall, aka Frey. This is some great character work here from some of the good ladies of Saturday AM. Ayumi from Saigami, Cass from Clock Strike. I'm not sure who the blonde hair girl is. I think she's from Apple Black. Morgan, what'd you make of this?
Yeah, it's Lily Dardanelle from Apple Black.
Got it. Thank you, publisher. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I love the dynamic pose. I love the expressions and the emotion in this one. And again, a very simple background. It's not over the top, and it kind of highlights the characters. I think for me, there's just some areas where some of the line work and the color kind of get a bit muddied, like in Ayumi's face. But otherwise, yeah, no, I really like the character of this drawing.
Jay?
Yeah, I agree. I think this picture looks really cool in terms of the colors and also the pose. I really like that it's really cute. They're all, just trying to hang out and take a selfie together. I like that. I even like the gradient work on Ayumi's hair. I really like Cast's hair, actually, like how the marks look, so that way it looks like it's really textured. That's really cool. But in terms of the weaknesses, I would say Ayumi's face and the other girl's face from Apple Black as well. I forgot her name. But I like Cass a lot. Like, she looks really good, actually. Like, I feel like Cass is probably the strongest part of this entire image.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I think Cass is the strongest part of this image. I like the way it's set up. I like the way that Frey did it. I like the breaking the plane with the camera angle and with the hand with the camera. I thought this was a really strong image. I like this quite a bit. I like the color work on it. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this piece. Let's see here. Next up, we have, speaking of cast, we have this piece here. This is by Mage Con, Mage Con, or Mage. This is by Black Mage, I think. Black Mage. What do you make of this, Jay?
I really like this. This reminds me of Saturday morning cartoon. The coloring, anyway, the shell shading and all that. It immediately brings me back to watching the WB a long time ago. But in terms of, I guess the anatomy is kind of off, but like nothing too extravagant to where I could nitpick, but I really like this a lot. I think everything that I would say about this could be chalked up to style. So I like this a lot.
Yeah, it's a quirky style. It's funny you say that. It does feel like a American cartoon, that tends to be more kind of blocky in a sort of animation layout. So it's got more kind of angles to it as opposed to anime, which tends to be a bit more you know, first of all, it always fluctuates depending on who the artist is who designed it or designed the original manga. But yeah, this is interesting. Her hair also is kind of interesting here. The hair in the last piece by Jeff, you know, felt like you said, felt more kind of black hairstyle. This kind of feels just like, you know, tubes on her head, but it's still really interesting. I like both of the depictions of the cast in these pieces, and all the pieces I've seen so far. But this does feel, like you said, the cell shading stuff feels like a cartoon look. Morgan, what do you make of that?
Yeah, I agree. It reminds me of something that I would see maybe on like Cartoon Network kind of cartoons. I really do love her expression. I do too. Yeah, it's just really cute. I think the cell shading is really good, but it could have maybe been a bit darker. Like from a distance, it comes off as almost one tone. It's very flat, but like once you look closely, I think the application of the cell shading is actually pretty good.
Yeah, I think this is probably one of the stronger ones we've seen. That being said, the use of cell shading on her pants, the black pants, is wrong, very wrong. But anyways, it's interesting. Like I said, this is a fun piece. I liked it a great deal. Next up, we have let's see here. We have of course Sano here. This is by no one that we know. What do you make of this, Morgan?
I like that they attempt to do a full body pick. Most people try to avoid that, I feel like, but it just, again, it comes off a little bit flat, particularly in his like wardrobe. There's some areas where he's got some shading that kind of helps to show that there's like shadow on his legs, or that there's some depth, or, you know, the way that his like hands are at his side. I can't kind of tell if his Aridus arm, if his thumb is in front or not. It almost looks like the hand is backwards, but that could just be me not reading that correctly. But I mean, it's a strong pose. Well, it's not a strong pose, but for just a character drawing, I mean, they got, you know, the pose pretty well.
Okay, well, Jay, what did you make of this?
Yeah, I agree. I feel as though the pose is just like a standard, hey, you know, this is the character. You know, I feel like on that front, it looks very correct. I wish that the face probably needs a little more work in terms of everything else. That and the hands, definitely the Aridus hand. You know, it doesn't look as I guess fleshed out as it could, or as atomically correct as it should be. So yeah, but everything else I like. I also like his signature. That looks kind of cool. Oh, Elias.
Yeah, this reminds me, like, I saw this image, and from a distance, like I said, it looks really cool. Obviously, the closer you get up to it, you see a lot of the flaws. I mean, the feet, for example, are just all over the place. But this reminds me of a particular art style. You know, that kind of slender, where you know, the artist, or that style of artist, you know, makes everything very slender and lanky. And so it's an interesting look for Sano, because Sano obviously so fully developed by White, but this was interesting. I kind of dug this because of the idea they were bringing a different artistic look that was a complete artistic look to Sano. I thought it was kind of interesting on that regard. All right, the final image in this Saturday Con run through is by Monitor Comics, and it's one of my favorite pieces. Very cute. Michael Beaumont, very cute. He takes a fun kind of approach to it. What do you make of this, Jay?
Yeah, this is definitely one of my favorites as well. I really like the style, the fact that he was able to still depict every single character that he drew exactly in his style. I thought that was really cool. Mm-hmm. I wish that the fire up front was maybe, I don't know, like a little bit clearer, because it's kind of like, I get what they're going for, and I get that it's supposed to distort, you know, the things behind it, but I wish that it wasn't as distorted. That's my only, like, I guess, concern, or, you know, criticism, but I really like this piece a lot. It looks cool.
Morgan, what do you make of this?
Yeah, I really love this as well. The way he did the texture for this, it seems kind of like a stitched pattern. So it has this really like soft and just kind of just really interesting feel to it. I love the depiction of the characters. I like the composition. The only negative. I would agree about the fire, but for me, there's also like the anatomy of Daedalus Bond's arms. They just like when the elbows kind of go to the edges, the arms come in at kind of like a weird angle. But I think overall, yeah, this was just a really pretty piece for me.
Yeah, I did like how Modern Comics did the hair for Daedalus. I thought it's really interesting. That's a different way to do, dreads. It's different. It's interesting. All right, so this is Saturday Con fan art. Top 3, Jay.
This one is actually one of my number ones. I think the next one that I had was the Stud Fammer hand art where he hit that boar cow. And the last one was the Bully Eater, not necessarily the Weed Eater, but the Bully Eater one with the no butt. That was my dirt. So.
We got your ass, man. I do love the fact, by the way, that one of your favorites was the hammer image. That's keeping it low, Jay. That's keeping it real low.
Hey man, I'm biased. I'm sorry.
Clearly. Morgan, unfortunately, there weren't a lot of Dante images from Soul Beat in here, but what were your top 3?
I was gonna say there was one I remember seeing, but I guess
not in this portion. Yeah.
Right. So the Monitor Comics one, the last one we just saw, that was my favorite of this round. The Bully Eater one that we saw, not the Christamingo one, that one, yeah. Very good. And then I would say the Caesar piece.
Yeah, and for me, my top 3 were again the Monitor Comics one. Again, it's just got a wealth of energy going with it and so forth. Followed by the Bully Eater one. I think is really great for what that one is. And then my third one actually is one you guys didn't mention, and I don't know why, because I really like this piece quite a bit, and that would be the let's see here, the Saeed Williamson piece. I know a lot of people like the Caesar piece, but that Saeed Williamson piece to me, it just showed such an attention to detail. Whoops, not that piece. That's Jay. The Saeed Williamson piece right here. It's just such detail. I mean, it was like, in terms of complexity, you got to give this artist props for complexity. Presentation, again, hate that presentation, but look at all the things that they got done. The logo, each of the characters accurately represented, but in a new pose or a new style, doing something different. That they went for the cartoony look of Hammer and Mutton Chop in their own style, but at the same time, then gave us a more realistically rendered Sano, Cast, Yumi, even Daedalus Bond, who obviously is an alien type of character. If there's a character I dislike here, it's Dante, because again, this person, I don't know if they're used to drawing black people. I imagine they are, but the afro is bizarre. But I think this piece is so underappreciated because it does lack color, but there's so much detail, and this person took so much care to doing this that I'm like, you got to give props to that. This is really good stuff. All right, folks, this is our final bit here. We're going to be doing the Saturday AM fan art that was not a part of Saturday Con. Folks, I want literal 2 things that you liked about it, 1 thing you don't like about it. Okay, Jay? 2 things you like, 1 thing you don't like. Morgan, you got it?
That you said 2 things we don't like, 1 thing we do like, right?
Yeah.
I'm kidding. Yeah,
she's broken, ladies and gentlemen. She's broken. All right. First up, Karaku, Bully Eater, Morgan. 2 things you like.
I love the pose. I love the background. I think some of the anatomy is off. A lot of the anatomy is off. Sorry.
Yes. I was getting ready to say, Morgan. Define a little bit. JEYODIN. 2 things you like, Jay.
I like the colors and I like the pose. I don't like the anatomy and the background seems. I like the background, but it just seems too bland to me.
Morgan, notice how Jay couldn't stop himself from giving us 5 things. Yes. literally everything about the anatomy is wrong. So I dislike that. The fingers are wrong. The foot is wrong. Even his waist, in terms of how he would be standing if his leg was kicked that high, is wrong. It's wrong. The positives, Jay said it correctly. That color is dynamite. The color, the cell shading, even on it a little bit, is pretty dope. And the pose is the right idea. As I said all night tonight, you can have the right idea, but it comes down to your skill and your experience of whether or not you can execute. And this one, right idea, execution not there. Next up, we have Rowan Lemus, who brought us that interesting Red Dead Redemption from the first round. Rowan Lemus with Hammer. I bet Jay Odin will have a lot to say about this, but he can't because he only got 2 things positive to say. Jay, 2 things positive. Go.
I like the action, and I like the attempt. I don't like the heavy dark lines or the shell saving, I guess, the dark spots, and the placement of the logo.
Morgan, 2 things you like.
I love the detail in the background. I love the action. And then the one negative is there's just a lot of different stuff on the page, like his dad in the background and the weird squiggly lines. Not all of it works together.
Yeah, that's exactly what I would say. I would say the negative here is not really execution, because I feel like everything here that they've tried to execute, they executed pretty well. I think the issue here is just, like I said, Dekami, who, by the way, is the one who did the logos at that one stretch of time that we did. The negative here is a thing that too many artists, too many designers like Kami sometimes fall a victim to, which is less is more. And sometimes young people think that you got to put everything in the kitchen sink into it. And it robs the ability to just appreciate something for what it is. This is a great example where the image is great. He executes exactly what he's supposed to, but he's got too much going on with it. But that said, again, all the things he's got going on are fine, right? By themselves are all well rendered. The dad is well rendered. Stud versus the creature is well rendered, maybe over inked a little bit, but it's well rendered. The grass and background and so forth, well rendered. All of it together makes it difficult. Next up, we have Justin Schmelzer and Clock Striker. I'll go first. I really like this image. I don't like the fact that a 13-year-old girl is bleeding as profusely as this. It looks like she's even got a hole in her next to her mouth. I don't know what's going on there, but I do like the image. It's got some great energy to it. Yeah. Morgan?
Yeah, I love the action pose. The coloring is really good. I guess the background is just a little bit weak. Could be more interesting.
All right, Jay Odin.
I like the colors, especially that glove. I also like the highlights. I don't like the streakiness of the black in the background, or the fact that she's bleeding as much. Exactly like what you said, she has a hole in her cheek. It looks
that's what it looks like. Yeah.
Pretty painful.
For a 13-year-old, you damn right. Okay, all right. Next up is John Evans, and a very interesting piece. This is Saigami. Jay, what do you make of this? 2 things you like, 1 thing you don't like.
I like the ambition and also the flames, how they're, how they make this image. I don't like how it takes a while for your eyes to adjust to actually, make that image look like a Yumi. It took a while for me. And I also don't like the background in the background. I get what they're going for and how it makes the flame stand out a little bit more, but I wish that there was a little more in the background going on.
Morgan?
Yeah, I love the effects. I thought that was really cool. I do like the emotion of it. But the negative is I had no idea who this was. I assumed it was a Yumi because of the fire, but it's just very nondescript as a character drawing.
Yeah, I think the ambition here, as Jay indicated before, I think is fantastic. And I think that the flame work is just brilliant. I mean, this is some of the best looking flame that's out there. I think again, this is one of those things about execution and skill leading to being able to make your vision actually work. You can have the vision, you can have the right vision. It comes down at that point for your skill your experience to allow you to execute it perfectly. I think this is well rendered, meaning that it's executed to a degree, but the fact that you can't really make out that it's a woman, the fact it takes you a minute to figure out who this woman would be, it doesn't correspond to anything the character is shown in the manga, makes it a very cool artistic vision, but it just lacks any sort of real connection because it just feels so alien to both art and to the character. Let's see here. Next up, Jerry Peel. Several Saturday M characters. Jay, who are all the Saturday M characters on display here? Can you make out the characters?
Sano, Ayumi, and Asayo.
That's right. And what do you make of this? 2 positives, 1 negative.
The positive, I like the action and the sound effect in the background. I don't like the fact that it looks like Asayo is using Gum pistol. It's kind of weird to me. But yeah.
Morgan, 2 positives, 1 negative.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a really interesting action shot. I do like the dynamism of each character. It's obvious what each one is doing. It kind of matches what their story is about. The negative, just the consistency with inconsistency with anatomy and perspective.
Yeah, I think, hey, big positive for the attempt. The fact that they're like, hey, I want to represent Saturday M. I want to have a couple of characters here. And then 2, that it's an action pose. Remember we talked about the previous image which was better rendered than this one, and it features Sano, Hammer, and Ayumi. And I was saying, this is a decent image. I like the monster that was being shown, but they weren't doing anything. They just kind of had their power on display, but they weren't really using it. Here we get them actually using their power to attack the image, so it gives the image a bit more dynamism to it. Yes, the artwork is not strong enough to sell it ultimately, but nonetheless, I like the image. I like the attempt here a great deal. Next up, Jacqueline Renee, Soul Beat. Look at that soul glow. What do you make of this, Morgan?
Well, I love it because it's Dante.
Yep.
I love it because it's also Dante, and I hate it because there's not enough Dante. I love the mood of this. I think it captures that kind of brooding character that Dante tends to be sometimes. I also love the detail. I love the hair, the shading. It's just a really cool effect. I guess like the one negative. Well, okay, 2 quick negatives. One is the background. It just seems a bit kind of lazy. Yeah. The second thing, and this is more of a personal thing for me, is he's not a smoker, and the only reason I think most people don't know that is because it hasn't been shown in the story, but that it does speak to, well, if it's not canon, why are you putting it in fan art? That kind of thing. Like, yeah.
Sure. Yeah, that's a good point to bring up. I mean, yes, that's a good point to bring up. That's not what the character does, so why depict it? Jay, what do you make of Dante smoking self?
I like the afro, all the swirls. I also like the coloring, especially the coloring on the shirt and how the gradient is. That's really cool. I do not like the background, and I do not like exactly like what you said about the smoking. I didn't necessarily know. Well, I had never read that Dante was a smoker, so there's no reason to put that in there other than, hey, I think this would look cool. So, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I like this piece. I mean, and it's funny. I mean, again, I'm just opposite from you guys. Like the afro kind of bothers me a little bit because it's just a bunch of patterns. It's not like it's not emanating from anywhere. So this is just a bunch of patterns on a head. The hair on his chest looked more convincing than that. But the cigarette didn't bother me per se. Again, I think Soul Beat kind of has a unique aspect to it in terms of being iconoclastic for people who understand what blaxploitation cinema was back in the 70s. Obviously, that's not what the character is meant to be, so therefore it's wrong for that reason. But I think they were trying to evoke the mood that the character evokes for people who know about blaxploitation. That being said, the pattern in the background doesn't really bother me. If anything bothered me with this, it was just that it's ultimately the character's just not doing anything. There's not enough of the character on display to demonstrate their coolness, right? Smoking a cigarette, your arm is hanging on the hood of your 1974 Cadillac Seville or something like that, or Cutlass or Chevy Cutlass, then maybe that works in terms of the character looking that way. But when you're not given enough of that information to create a physical aspect of the character, it just kind of loses it a little bit. But you know, I still like this piece a lot personally. I was quite happy with it. Next up, Dylan Hannah, Saturday M characters. JEYODIN, go.
I really like the style of this, and I also really like the vibrant colors. I don't like Sano's hands, and I don't like the cheekbone on Asayo, or that kind of looks weird. But like I said, that kind of can be chalked up to style.
Jay giving us a whole lot of no's. Morgan, I'm so sorry, Morgan. I'm tired. What do you think of this?
We almost made it.
I know. I know. I'm broken.
Now I'm really out. Yeah, no, I like a lot of the dynamism. I like all these characters. They just look like there's a lot of cool action going on. The colors is a lot of fun. It's very vibrant. The one negative is it's just kind of hard to read sometimes because it's all the same line work and you've got all these characters being overlapping with one another. And it's just kind of, there's not as much depth to kind of show who's behind who and stuff.
My positives are really simple. I think when you look at Dylan Hannah's work, as you've seen throughout this episode, he brings dynamism, or I think it's he brings dynamism. His work always feels alive. It always feels energetic. And that is a trait that very few artists have. And I think that it's going to bode him well. The negative, of course, is that his anatomy is not great. So a lot of his characters, even though if they're, he hides the wide mouth and the different angle of the face, that masks the lack of symmetry in their face and their bodies and things like that. But he always goes for such energy that his posts just look alive in ways that even artists that are far better than him lack. Another positive is the fact that he used a white background. When you've got this much color and this much kind of character interaction, this kind of just chaos going on the screen, the worst thing he could have done is make it on a colored background. He didn't. That shows a level of intelligence. So I give Dylan Hannah a lot of credit for this piece. Last but not least, folks, Elvin Toro, Apple Black, last image. Morgan, 2 things you like, 1 thing you don't like.
I love the coloring and the shading of this. I like the style of the hair, the way that it's blowing around. It looks very realistic, or not super realistic, but I mean, it looks like hair at least, which I think is kind of difficult if you're doing an anime style. The one negative, we've already seen this pose before. It's already been done by White, and I understand that it kind of speaks to who the character is, but there could have been some more artistic liberty with doing something dynamic with Sano.
Jay?
I like the lighting, and I really like that hand. I dislike the shadows. Yeah, I feel like those could have been a little bit tighter. And also, exactly like what Morgan said, the pose, because, we've seen White do it before. It'd be interesting to see them branch out and do something else. But, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, no question. That said, I feel like this artist is their own artist. I mean, I feel like the look of the character, the way that he draws the character, it comes across as a clearly original representation of this character, even though the pose is relatively the same. But you can make this, I mean, how many poses of Superman and Batman have been used, or Wolverine have been used over and over and over again by different artists that all make them their own thing? And I feel like that's the case here. So the pose to me works. The color is extraordinary. The only negative that I have with it is that, I feel like the background's a bit too dark for it, although it still kind of worked because it makes the arm pop even more. But, that's kind of nitpicking my end, but this is definitely one of the stronger images. All right, folks, that's it. So now, real quickly, Morgan, what were your top 3?
Hold on, I have to go back to my list. See, I got a bit messed up because I thought these were part of the last round as well. I liked the Justin Schmelzer piece of Clock Striker.
Ah.
Yes. I liked this piece, the Elvin Toro piece, and then the Dylan Hannah piece.
All right, and then Dylan Hannah. Okay, JEYODIN, your top 3, please.
The Elvin Toro was my favorite. The Jacqueline Renee was my second favorite, and the Dylan Hannah was my third. The Jacqueline Renee is the Soul Beat, yeah.
Yep, I know. Yep. Okay, all right. Loving the interesting stuff there. My favorite piece, Elvin Toro. Again, it's just the color work is extraordinary here. Second favorite is indeed Jacqueline Renee. You have to give her credit for what just seems like a introspective, quiet, calm view of the character. And then my third favorite piece would be Hammer. I'm surprised you guys didn't listen to Hammer. I like this a lot. I thought that like I said, I like the background. I like the character. I thought his representation of Jay's style was really good. I thought he didn't have to try to do Jay's style, but he did. So I like this quite a bit. I thought it was really cool. So now, if that being said, folks, we went a lot longer than I intended to. I've got stuff I have to do. But obviously, some of you guys are watching this to be entertained. So we want to entertain you. So, and we're going to inform you as well. So, I mean, real quickly, Jay, out of this tournament, who do you think were the top 3 artists out of just in any round, any time? Who were the top 3 that you felt?
Nathaniel Dancera was definitely one of my favorites. The one with the Mob Psycho 100, that was one of my favorites. The Muhammad Samsi one was a really good one. That was, if I'm not mistaken, the Sonic the Hedgehog. I like that one a lot.
Yep.
And I like the Dylan Hannah is pretty awesome. I mean, I like his style. The video game one that he did. I wrote that down. So
the Monster Hunter World.
Yes. There you go. I like that one a lot too. That's pretty cool.
That's probably the most interesting break from an existing style, because all his other images have a similar round face, this, that, and the other. This one seems a bit more traditional.
Yeah.
Morgan,
like I said, it reminds me of the Avatars.
Got it. Okay, Morgan, what about you, young lady?
Oh yeah. See, now that I'm thinking about it, there's a lot to choose from.
Of course. Yes,
I know. They're so good. The Nathaniel Dancero, I would definitely agree that was he was a top contender. Even though I think there was only one done by him, the Taz Sketchum piece, the Mob Psycho, it was really well rendered. And then I had Monitor Comics as my third one.
Yeah. So right, and therein lies kind of what I was gonna say as well. I think in looking at the because again, what I asked for was what were your top artists, your ranking for your top artists there. I think without question, again, we're seeing his art now. Nathaniel Dancero, this guy is a beast. This guy is an absolute beast. There is just nothing about this guy that should be taken lightly. He is my number 1 pick. The number 2 pick is very much going to be Michael Beaumont, Monitor Comics. I think that he is, he did different things. Of course, the Saturday image that he did was so different, so unique. He's got some weaknesses with his lighting, but between the 3 images that we saw, because he did an image for each round, there's a depth there. There's a uniqueness there to his stuff. And then my third one, I think, is going to surprise people. The person I think is going to be Hell on Wheels if they're in this tournament. And that is the young man who did this piece. And that is Christopher Domingo. He did the Bully Eater Ass Man pick that Jay spoke about. And then he did this piece as well. And this piece, he didn't submit it in time for it to be part of the anime stuff, but it was obviously so strong we couldn't just ignore it. And on top of that, again, the Bully Eater piece he did was so good. If he can bring, because that Bully Eater piece is unique, the camera perspective is interesting. This one, again, the camera angle was kind of perspective, but the color work here is amazing. If he can operate at that level, then he could go very far in the tournament. All three of these folks could go very far in the tournament. So with that rank, we now basically come down to the real question here, and that is basically with this tournament, what are the differences? What is going to happen? How is it going to be set up? How's this going to work? Now, again, folks, last year, we had some amazing creators. Bailey Boutel won last year. You can see some of the amazing artwork on display here. This is across 4 of the weeks. So you can see he did Saturday AM as a theme 1 week. He did NCAA as a theme 1 week. He did superheroes, Marvel versus DC as a theme 1 week. And then he did a mashup, Nintendo versus Street Fighter as a theme 1 week. And the work speaks for itself. Bailey actually participated in our very first, he participated in our second March Art Madness, and we could tell he was going to be amazing then. He was super talented then, but he stayed with it. This the second year he participated, he just was loaded. He was ready to go with it, and so he just knocked it out of the park. Amazing artwork. I also want to give a special shout to another finalist, Ray Lamar. You can see here Ray Lamar also made it to the Final Four. Super talented young lady. Her artwork was always dynamic and interesting. She took risk and did different things. And so the Jafar piece is one of the best images in the entire tournament. Ray Lamar has since gone on to become an intern for our very own Andrea Voros of Saigami, whereas Bailey Boutel is now doing artwork for companies and for individuals. So March Art Madness, it does indeed generate some pretty awesome stuff. And as a result of that, we're going to be doing some little things a little bit differently with this new tournament. So first of all, let's talk about rankings. So we just told you our top 3 ranking between the 3 of us. We're going to officially unveil them culled together from our 3 lists. I said Nanuel Descanu. I said Christopher Domingo. And I talked about Monitor Comics as being my top 3. We'll put them all together and create our official ranking. It'll be on our website starting on Monday. Why does the ranking matter? Because this year, we're going to be doing things a little bit differently. First of all, you can expect to see new themes that artists will have. So again, it's a 5-week competition. For those lucky enough to be in the competition, it is a 5-week competition, meaning it's a gauntlet. You got to draw a great image, original image, the first week, the second week, third week, fourth week, and fifth week. Should you survive each week, you will continually get to the next round, and there are only 5 rounds, so you got to bring it each time. The competition gets harder, obviously, after the first couple of rounds, because at that point, you're now left with just the artists who are left in the tournament, and they're probably going to be really extraordinary artists. So with that, the ranking makes a difference, because what the ranking does, ladies and gentlemen, is the ranking will allow you to choose your theme on a given week. You will have an actual token that you'll be able to use to choose your own theme in a coming week. Now, the theme will be different. I mean, like, you can't just choose any random thing, because then that way you could choose something you've already drawn. But we will basically say these are the rankings. I mean, these are the themes you have for a given week. And then you can choose to say, well, I don't want to draw this theme, but I want to draw this theme that another group is drawing. I want to draw that. And you then can actually opt out of the theme. So that's what ranking gives you. So for those folks who didn't enter the pre-tournament and send us their artwork, if you're chosen for the event, you will not have that ability. You'll have to earn that ability through the work that you do. So that's the first thing. That's the new wrinkle that we're throwing into this, is rankings, and how rankings will allow you to alter what you're seeing. The rules are very simple. Again, they stay the same. Basically, you will be one of 64 artists in the tournament. We split you up, not by any clarification whatsoever. We do not care who you are or where you're from. We will split you up. And as we split you up, you will be put into one of 4 groups. When you're in one of these 4 groups, you then therefore will have to compete inside of that group. Your goal is to exit that group after 4 weeks. So you have to go through the gauntlet of defeating all the competition to get to the next round. Once you get to the next round, you then will have to draw a new theme, and you'll have to compete against whoever you're randomly matched with for that week. You're not judged on the group as a whole. You're judged by how you perform with your image versus whoever you're assigned with. You may be assigned to an artist who is less talented than you are, or you may be assigned to an artist who is more talented than you. You have the equal chance of advancing depending on what you do with the image. If you choose to think outside of the box and deliver a really cool image, then, or a really unique image, or an image that tries something different, you may get the requisite number of votes just because you're doing something unique. You saw tonight how judging can go all across the board depending on what you give the judge with your artwork. So the rules are the same. You will participate. If you get in, you'll be broken up into 4 quadrants. The quadrant you're in, your goal is to escape the quadrant after the end of 4 weeks. So you can be one representing the quadrant versus the other quadrants, and that's the final 4. And as a result of that, you just got to draw the best thing you can. If you, you know, you got to get your work in on time. So we set basically a 4-day timeline. You're notified Monday mornings of who you're matched up against and of what you're expected to draw. For example, we may say the theme this week is Batman. It doesn't mean you have to draw Batman. You can draw anything connected to the Batman universe, but you have to be clever in what you choose. You have to draw something really impactful, and then you have to submit it by Thursday night at 11:59 p.m. Once we receive it, we then will take it, post it on Friday. People will be able to vote from Friday until Sunday on your work, and then Sunday night, we will have a live review show where we'll run through the work. We'll give our thoughts on it, just like we've done tonight. And then from that, come Monday morning, you will find out if you advanced, who it is you're up against next, and the whole cycle starts over again until we get to the final 4. Now, those are the rules. Let's talk about the process. The process is really quite simple. You can draw on any medium you choose. So if you want to submit work that is illustrated via Wacom tablet, that is fine. If you want to submit work that's illustrated traditionally and scanned in later or taken with an iPhone, provided the presentation of the image is good, we're not looking at spirals because you've got the top of the spiral book you drew in, or we're not looking at a table that's got a lot of gloss on it because you took a picture of your image sitting on a table. If you know how to be professional and crop the image and stuff, so we're just looking at the image, you'll stand a better chance. But the process is all about submitting artwork on the time that it's due, on the subject that's featured, and just hopefully doing something really, really, really clever with it. You will share it via Dropbox. So you'll create a folder in Dropbox. We'll give you the designation during that time frame. You'll then share it to us. We'll give you the email address at that time frame. And the image must be a JPEG or PNG. It cannot be a PDF. And it must be the right sort of size. It can't be too big. It can't be too small. So those are kind of the parameters that you have to go through with the image. And of course, we have other aspects about, you know, it has to be something that's PG-13. We don't want to see nudity. We don't want to see grotesque images and things like that. The question inevitably is going to be age range. We're working on the age range. So right now we know that typically we suggest the age range is 18 or older. It's very conceivable that we'll have a sub tournament possibly with 13 to 17-year-olds. We will discuss that at the time of the kickoff of the event, which is March 4th. But for now, do know that we're looking at an age range around the 17 or 18-year-old as a minimum. Last but not least, the question is how to enter. And it's really simple. We will have open enrollment a little bit later. The final rankings of who all is going to be in the tournament will go live on March 1st. So as a result of that, or February 28th, I think. So because of that, do understand that you know that the first people who'll be able to register for this event are subscribers of Saturday AM. So if you're not a subscriber, you won't be able to subscribe first. There'll be a hidden link, and those subscribers will have the link inside of an issue 101 of Saturday AM, which will come out this weekend. So they're going to get the drop on you. But in terms of entering, a couple of things to keep in mind. Number one, again, you have to obviously fit the requirements that we'll have, and those will consist of an age requirement. Number two, you must have a profile that we can look at on Instagram, it must be unlocked. If you have it private, we are not going to ask to be your friends, and you'll be discarded immediately. So when you fill out the application form this weekend, do make sure that you have an Instagram profile with your artwork there, and it is completely open to us. We don't have to ask you to be friends to see it, because if you do that, then it's not gonna work. Last but not least, in relationship to how to enter, is you're gonna have to make sure you got everything else set up when you put your stuff in. So make sure you have a Dropbox account. Make sure you follow the rules in terms of how to name your files and so forth. All these things will matter in terms of our ability to for you to enter. We recommend you have a scanner. If you don't, if you can use someone else's scanner or go to FedEx, it's up to you. If you want to try to use your phone, that's up to you. But again, we would judge the applications that we get, because just because you fill out an application doesn't mean you're automatically in. We will judge them based off of the due diligence that you take. So if you actually are taking your time, if you're giving us the proper places to find you in terms of your social media, so that we can vet that you are the artist that you said you are, if you are responding to our requests in a timely manner, if your profiles are unlocked so that we can see what you've got there, all those things matter. Those are all the things that matter. If you have objectionable content on your profile, let me also say this as well. If you have objectionable content in your profile, then you take your own risk. So if you think it's fun to make fun of people or to state racist or bigoted things, we don't have to admit you into the competition. It's that simple. So so make your profile unlocked, and do know that we do take character into account. Let's see. So that is pretty much everything that we've got here. We're super excited about this event. Just literally cannot wait for this event to happen. There's just so many cool things that are about to go down with Saturday AM, and you guys are going to get a front row seat for it. We give away prizes. We can't list yet what those prizes will be, but there's going to be some great prizes available for everyone who subscribes to Saturday AM. Who are part of the March Art Madness tournament. We're going to choose 64 artists. They can come from anywhere. And once we coalesce our rankings list, those individuals that we choose to be in the ranking portion, you notice we didn't list out everybody. Those people that we choose to be in the ranking portion, which we'll announce on Monday, they will have automatic placement into the round of 64. So the round of 64 will have 6 or 9 people already chosen to be in it once we unveil the ranking, assuming that those people want to be a part of it. We will have alternates, so there will be more people chosen just in case the people that we have flake out for some reason. So that's kind of all we have from there. Are there any questions very quickly that I can answer? If you've got them, you can post them in the live chat real quickly, and I'll post them now. You're looking at a really great piece of fan art from our very own Mike Shamong. He is the Thai artist who is the new artist of Clock Striker. He's going to be doing amazing work. I hope you guys will support his efforts. If you are a premium subscriber, you're going to start getting access to this great calendar. You can see our new series called Tender Loving Punch at the top of it. We hope to make this calendar a staple of what we do for our subscribers. All those boxes in the calendar months will have some sort of link to them that can give you additional information or point you to really cool things that you can try in the future. JEYODIN, of course, is the man, and he did a great blog post, he and Bharat Lujani, regarding Naomi Osaka. We would love to do a sports manga one day, folks. So if you're wanting to pitch us a manga, Summer of Manga happens right after March Art Madness, and therefore you can get in there. So let's see if we can answer some of these questions. Let's see here. First of all, we've got Max Ryan Merville says he'll be 2020. That's fun in terms of his age. He won't be able to apply. He won't be able to hop in until he's 2020. Vicinity Design says how much time is between each round a week, and yeah, it's basically we announce on a Monday and who faces who and what the theme is, and then that Sunday we've revealed the winner because your artwork's due that Thursday. So you find out Monday, your artwork is due Thursday night at midnight, and then Friday it goes live for people to vote, and then come Sunday, that is when we will tabulate the winner of the thing. So you got to get people in to vote for you, because fan vote is a big part of this. You got to get them to our website. to vote. Kagami says they put a piece of fan art of Angry Reading the Saturday AM. Okay, well, then we'll have to check that out a little bit later, Kagami, because we're not looking right through there right now. TLC 14 says, can I submit through Twitter? So you can have your online portfolio be Instagram, your own website, Facebook, or Tumblr. If you are choosing Twitter, because Twitter is just a little bit odd, right? You can tag images kind of like Pinterest. Then we don't use Twitter as a vetting mechanism for your artwork. So, folks, if you're going to be an artist, you want to participate in this competition, get an Instagram account. It's free. If it weren't free, I can understand the apprehension, but it's free. Let's see. John Mendoza says, when is Saturday PM coming out? Saturday PM comes out on March 28th. Issue number 4 comes out, and then Ambrose says, your socks are united. You groped your pocket. So clearly that young man is on the marijuana. All right, so folks, that's it. So I've got Morgan, Jay. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for joining us, for joining me for this. I really appreciate it.
Anytime.
Yeah.
I'll hold you to that, Jay.
Well, anytime I'm not super busy. With my commissions, you guys should totally go to my shop and get one. They're at a really cheap price right
now. Again, folks, as J.O. indicated, he has commissions happening right now. We talked about this a little bit earlier. So if you guys want to see that sweet artwork you see up there of Naomi Osaka, this is an image that Jay has for Hammer. This is the cover to chapter 0, which is exclusive inside of Saturday AM issue number 0, which is coming out over this weekend. Kickstarter backers get it first, and then we'll make it available to some of our folks, to purchase. Folks, Jay's an amazing artist. So if you want to experience Jay's work, you can support him by buying a commission. Please do that. And you can get some of this great, great artwork that only Jay Odin can do. Let's see here. Again, yep, that's about it, folks. Again, we're going to be at Comic Pro next week. So if any of you are in the industry, and we'll be at the Industry Stroke Comic Pros, and then I will be there next week, or Saturday, and we'll be there next week. Otherwise, issue 100, of course, is out. If you're a subscriber, you'll get it. If you haven't subscribed yet, folks, do it. It's just $5 for a subscription. I want to give a shout out to Anthony Jackson and Brat Lujani of Mutton Chop, the creators of Mutton Chop, the most powerful sheep. They really stepped up and were in the chat tonight, interacting with our fans, interacting with people watching this video. That's why we have such a great group, because we have so many great members who care about what the company's doing and support each other. That's something that's really important in Saturday AM, is supporting each other. And that's why we want to support you guys. So please check us out with Saturday AM. Subscribe to the magazine. If you want to participate in March Art Madness, subscribe to the magazine. You can get the latest issue 101 this weekend. You can get the places to go enter to try to be in March Art Madness. And stay tuned, folks. We have a really big year coming up this year. I'm really proud of the work that our folks are doing. Big shout out to the upcoming interns who are joining us. It's going to be a big year for us, folks. With that, my name is Frederick Jones, the founder and publisher of Saturday AM. Morgan Walker, thank you for being on chat tonight. Jay Odin, thank you for being on chat tonight. And folks, we will see you again with this crew for March Art Madness 2019, the very first week, happening the week of March 4th. That first live chat review show is going to be covering 64 artists. I'm not even looking forward to that, but it's going to be there. It's going to be fun. We're going to have a blast. So you guys take care. Have a good weekend. And remember, Jay Odin is an ass man.